Mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2. All praises to the ever-present creator, the all in all, that always was, is, and ever shall be, ever shall be. Give me a vortex up in the chat if I can be heard, family. Give me a vortex up in the chat if I can be heard. Y'all see the title, Roman and Jewish Conspiracies, Herodians, Alexanders, and Flavians, Part 2. Part 2. Yeah. We come to shine a little light in this place of darkness. You feel me? Just raise you up a little taste. Ain't nothing to be afraid of. You dig? If you're in the spirit, aka the spirit, or in the lane of truth, it ain't nothing to be ashamed of. It ain't nothing but a little information. That's it. It's just a little bit of information. That's it. You dig? But look, you got every right to process it, take it in, digest it, meditate on the little taste. You dig? And get rid of it. Nobody's forcing you to, take on or believe anything. You feel me? Good to see y'all in the building. Bless up. Create a gang. You bring them. We raise them. All right, so let's get this started. Real quick. I want to show y'all a few clips from the documentary Caesar's Messiah, which is an excellent documentary, I might add. Let me move this back some. I don't know if I'm getting face. There we go. Let's go back a little tape. Maybe I can zoom this down or something. But what I must say though is a pretty marvelous, I might add, documentary. I think it is. I think it's a very, very powerful documentary. It don't necessarily mean you're gonna agree with everything in it. You feel me? But he puts forward a few, not more than a few, valid points. You know what I mean? In considering any of that. You dig? So let me go ahead and show some of that. What doc you talking about, Dreadful Cosmon? Doc you talking about? You must be talking about that Doc Bronze was showing over in the chat. I don't know if that went out, but I'm about to show some clips from Caesar's Messiah by Joseph Atwill. It's a book that they actually got a documentary over. You feel me? And it lays some compelling evidence out there, especially based off what I already knew and already had. You feel me? So let's go into some of this. Real quick. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I see y'all in the building. My brother Prince. What's up with Prince? Prince on tour. Y'all better catch up before he be the next hottest thing out there, boy. My brother on tour, man. Blessings to my brother. Handle your business, bro. You already know. Operate and regulate like God. Peace to the God. You already know. Dreadful Cosmon in the building. The Cali Connect. Prince the Cali Connect too. Nazarene Sing Faith is in the building. Yeah. We in the building today. Who else we got? BC, Naptown in the building. Flow Ride in the building. Ema, Mahal Yah. Yasha all. Dirty South in the building. Print Blake, Yeshaya in the building. Nothing but love, fam. Live to your highest light, my brother. You already know. Who else we got? We got my sister in the building, Julie Ray Adams. Be getting on these Millie Mouth people nerves. They be all right. Keep shining that light, sis. But my brother Dominique. Snipe on the roof. Don't get him mad. You'll be aligned in the next roast session. Trust me. Salute to the God. You did. That's bruh. Bruh be going hard out there. You did. Mahaya in the building. On the lookout in the building. Imar Robbie Dobson in the building. The Kanaya El Batya in the building. Bishop X. Fave in the name of the creator. Oh, y'all. Juju. Daddy's firstborn in the building. I need that picture, girl. That thumbnail. Your mama probably got it. Tell her send it to me. I need that. Like, subscribe, share, going over to see SHALOM TV, man. Tap in with the God, man. Salute. Brother doing this thing a while. You feel me? You want to get caught up in a way on what we talking about, go get you in a while. Speak over to this brother channel. Go to his playlist and just hit play. And follow along and take notes. You dig? Salute to the brother, man. Craig has had his brother out here a very long time, bringing this up. You feel me? And you ain't gotta like him. Last I checked, Craig ain't gotta check in with us about none of his business. Reason in the building. My beloved sister, love and light to your entire family, sister. Stephen Spiritual Light Shock in the building. That's another sniper. Y'all be pissing that brother off. Y'all be pissing that brother off, boy. Another sniper on the roof. I see y'all in the building, man. Love and light. All right. Prophet G in the building. It's my dirty South. That's my New Orleans. Not New Orleans, New Orleans. Salute. My brother. You already know. Deshaun LaFay, look at it. My sister. Y'all better leave my sister alone, man. Let her do her thing. You know, that's our thing we got. I'm always messing with her. Yeah, Deshaun, you know what I mean. When I be like, look at that. Jot Wade, another flow ride in the building. Yeah. We in the building today. Conspiracies was the name of the doc. Nah, I don't think it's out yet. That's gonna be, hey, look, that's gonna be hard right there, though, boy. That's gonna be hard. I seen that trailer, like, Well, poor old Lil Mon gotta work so hard at destroying the lies that he put out here, huh? Dion 777 in the building. Bless up. Number love and light, y'all. Number love and light. I see y'all in the building. Anybody else that I ain't get? Sometimes my computer is more delayed than my phone, but y'all know it ain't nothing personal. Dealing with your bruh, you know it ain't nothing but love over this way. But let's get into this. Go ahead and get your pen and your notebook out and all that, man. You feel me? Get your pen and your notebook out. Let's get into some of these claims that dude is making. All right, dude put out a book back in 2005 called Caesar's Messiah. It's a very, very powerful book, I might add. You dig? But for those who don't like to read like that, it's a documentary that's out. So I'm gonna play portions of the documentary, and then we're gonna go connect these ancient Roman and Jewish families. We're gonna connect them. Right, because it's in this political climate that the Gospels are being written. You feel me? And so a lot of things right in front of your face this whole time that a lot of us ain't paying attention to. You dig? So I ain't even talking about what bro talking about. I ain't even talking about that. They dig. That's a name that's not even in the title. You feel me? To make that fit, there's a lot of numerology that got to happen and all that. What I'm bringing out is more or less directly in your face. It can't nobody get around. You feel me? Like one of your favorite books, DJ Yehudi, Caleb O'Bara. One of your favorite books is authored by Flavian. You know I know. Do I need to show everybody, or is you cool? One of your favorite books, according to you, that you told me. And what I must admit is a powerful read. You feel? But nonetheless, it's still authored by Flavian. So what I'm bringing out is what's in your face. I ain't even connecting Piso and all that. Like I know the theory with the Piso and all that that's out there. You feel me? But a lot of numerology got to happen for that to take place. Like it's a lot of bait and switch. You feel me? What I'm talking about with the Flavians, Herodians, and Alexanders is right in your face. You see what I'm saying? I'll give an example. Big homie say, bring it out. Mally, you tripping, man. Nigga, set it off. What do you mean? Don't be threatening. I ain't threatening. I'm just saying that it's real easy to associate one thing with another. Right? And it's real easy to think that that's what I'm talking about. All right? Copernicus Piso ain't even in the title. I'm talking about what's in the title. Roman and Jewish conspiracies, Herodians, Alexanders, and Flavians, and all them, even though two of them families are Jewish or first century Judeans, you did one in Egypt and the other in Judea or in what we call the land of Palestine, Israel, right? Those families had Roman citizenship. The Herodians or the Herods and them, and the Alexanders. Philo, Alexander. You feel me? So they gonna be say, man, set it off, Mally, man. You talking about you gonna my bad, I got you. I got you. You might as well share it. You know, might as well put an ad in the paper. You're gonna tell everybody, dang, I got you. Yeah, that's still a reach. That's still a reach. You feel me? This what I'm about to show you ain't a reach though. So if you're familiar with the documentary, then you know the claim of Roman provenance is that the Flavians had something to do with writing what we call New Testament history. You familiar with that? Right? Watch this. Watch this. Now, what I'm about to bring out is one of your favorite books, if not your favorite book, right? And I must admit, it is a marvelous read. You understand? But what I'm about to bring out, trip off this. What I'm about to bring out, dude ain't even bring up. Like nobody that's bringing out the Roman provenance and claiming the Flavians and all that has something to do with the New Testament is about to put on the screen what I'm about to put on the screen. I ain't ran into one of them yet. You feel me? From Joseph Atwill to what's his name? We're gonna go on him today. James Valiant to my boy Robert Eisenman to James Tabor. Ain't none of them that hold fast to the Roman provenance. I don't know what James Tabor does. He may, but he ain't hostile toward it. But any of them that hold fast to that, they ain't even bringing out what I'm about to show. Now watch this. Watch this. This is called being transparent and being solid, no matter what's on the line. Watch this. Watch this. So this right here is what's called objective truth. My brother Caleb. You familiar with that? You know what that is. We've had our conversations about it. Right? You know what that is. The Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, or the recognitions of who? Clement. The preaching of Peter, the ascents of James, excerpts from Clement's homilies, and the Sinai Arabic summary from the journal of who? Who? Clement was Tiberius Flavius Clemens, or Clement. Clement was a Flavian. So this is firsthand, this is objective truth out of one of your favorite books, one of mine. Was authored by Flavian. So we do got the court of Flavian, or the Flavian court, writing New Testament histories in the first century. Clement's a Flavian, and he authored the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. And he's writing, now we have a Flavian writing about a James, a Jesus, a Peter. Come on now. So you can't get past that. And the thing it ain't Clement, all you got to do is go right here. Look at this. Philippians 4:3. This is what Paul said. These women have struggled for the Tov B'Sorah, the good gospel, along with me, with Clement, and all my other fellow workers whose names are written in the scroll of life. That's Saul of Tarsus, Philippians 4:3. Clement was a Flavian. There ain't no getting around that one. So when we go into the Roman provenance theory, Joseph Atwill sees the Messiah, and he makes a claim that the Gospels are a product of the Flavian court. For me, it's even more easier to look at that and accept it because I already had read the Nazarene and the same literature and had skipped across this plenty of times, but this never put two and two together. Hold on, Clement was a Flavian. Now, if you think that, oh, that's just Clement, what does that mean? Well, let me show you. I really get it. Watch this. It's real quick. So you can see what we're talking about here. Nobody think we lying. We ain't making none of it up. Let me show you who this Clement is, and it's right here in your favorite book, my favorite book, one of my favorite books. which is an excellent read, I might add. But you got to keep it solid, don't you? There's even more. This is even more proof. This is even more proof. Look at this. As a young man, let's talk about Clement. As a young man of great education and position, cousin to who? Emperors Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian. Yeah, bloodline. So if you believe that the Piso name and their Piso is a pen name of the Flavians, if that's what you believe in and rock with, you feel me? Well, all this is saying out of your favorite book is that it's authored by a Flavian, and to keep it even more solid, he's not an adopted Flavian like Josephus. No. He bloodline related. So this is proof right here that first century Flavians were writing about the characters that we have in the New Testament. After all, the Gospels were written in Greek from overseas, correct? In Rome. So that's what I'm saying. So, some people will call it a lie, but how do it hit different when one of your favorite books is authored by the very same people? That old boy Atwill is making the claim had to do with the New Testament. You know what I mean? All right, that's what's up. All right, so let me get into this. Let me show y'all this. Present this. Share screen. All right, let's look at this. Caesar's Messiah. This deal go pretty hard. This deal go pretty hard. You gonna make them mad, man. They gonna make them mad, Mally, man. Why you always provoking thought, man? Dang. You wasn't trying to think today. We just want to deal with our regular scheduled programming, man. Here you go messing up everything. Well, look, man, I'm your brother. I'm going to get on your nerves sometimes now.
And farmers and so forth, when in fact, this is a war zone. Judea is a war zone. And you ask yourself, well, why is it not portrayed as a war zone?
I mean, they really had it down pat. They have Jesus saying, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, which is basically in response to talking about money. Whose benefit would that be? So blatantly obvious.
The perception of Roman characters in the Gospels, they're all interpreted in a favorable light. They are pro-Roman. They do not depict the Romans as the forces of evil. They reverse that. It's the Jews who become the forces of darkness. It's very striking that various passages in the Gospels refer to the Jews as some people separate from the heroes of Jesus and his disciples. The Jews are those who object. The Jews are those who try to thwart the divine plan. Now, that gives us a clue, certainly, to who were the true authors of this book.
They are works of literature created by people who are trained in Jewish literature, but whose values are pro-Roman.
So it's saying they are literature, right? So written and composed by those who are very familiar with Hebrew or Jewish history, but are pro-Roman. And look at this.
The Romans wanted to promote anti-Semitism, and so they arranged the story of the beloved man God, Jesus Christ, to appear as if the Jews had brought about his death. Because of this, the Jews would have to suffer anti-Semitism throughout history.
So this was a piece of work that could not have been done except by a fairly established literary team, such as the literary team that was in Rome actually writing the books of Josephus. I mean, that was written by a literary team, and it was written as one of the attempts to give prominence to the Flavian Caesars, which the Gospels also do. So it is extremely likely that the Gospels, as a form of epic, designed to magnify allegorically the Roman Caesars, is also written at the court of the Flavian emperors.
But the Jesus story takes place many decades before the Flavians came to power. Why would the Flavians create a work about a Jewish Messiah that wasn't even from their own era?
The Gospels were very precisely backdated 40.
Oh, so that's Joseph Atwill right there. He makes a bold claim. He says the Gospels were backdated 40 years. Backdated. So again, that's like me. Let me see. That's like me writing in 2023 about what we doing now as if we was in 1983. You feel me? That's backdating. Even though these events happened in 2023, you know what I mean, later on in the first century, by the time they are published and come out after the war against Rome, you feel me, they're backdated 40 years. Watch this. Watch this. And it's a reason all this is being said. There was a lot of things in Josephus's work that a lot of us never tripped off of, or we just skipped right over it. We just skipped right over it. What we do know, by the end of the war, Josephus actually is with his literary team in Rome, writing the Antiquity of the Jews, or the War of the Jews. In Greek. I mean, that's a fact. Everybody knows this. You feel me? So from the very place the Gospels come out after the war, after 70, after the fall of Jerusalem. The Gospels come out from overseas in Greek. Okay, so this trait, like who had the education to compose Greek literature, who had the influence, power, and the money to distribute it. Use your head. Watch this.
Years. Jesus' ministry was started in 30 CE, exactly 40 years from the destruction of the temple. His ministry ends at Passover, 33 CE, which is 40 years before the end of the Jewish-Roman War, which occurred at Passover in 73 CE with the famous Battle of Masada.
All these things just so happen to happen on Passover. Watch this.
The Gospels are backdated into the period of Pontius Pilate. That is to say, before the First Jewish War, which is to say, in the Julio-Claudian period. But this is typical of Flavian literature. It's a Flavian technique. What they do is
backdating is a Flavian technique. But see, you got to ask yourself, why? Why are they backdating? There has to be a reason why. Watch this.
They backdate this story into the period of their enemies, namely the Julio-Claudians. And so generation after generation of Christian scholar and even secular historians go hunting in the Julio-Claudian period for the origins of the Gospels. They don't really find any answers there. There are allusions in the Gospels to the destruction of the temple. The most reasonable answer to that is that these texts were written after the destruction of the temple. That is to say, in the Flavian period, after the change of dynasty.
This backdating of the story of Jesus Christ, 40 years earlier from the time the Gospels may actually have been written, explains why many of the prophecies of Jesus came true within exactly 40 years.
What does this all add up to? In my view, the thing that is most significant is the research by Joseph Atwill in his book Caesar's Messiah, which suggests that the Gospels were actually created as works of Roman propaganda at the end of the Roman-Jewish War under the reign of the Flavian emperors, that is Titus Caesar and Vespasian Caesar.
Well, we have the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles authored by who? Titus or Tiberius Flavius Clemens or Clement. And he was blood related to them. Yeah, Vespasian was his uncle, and Titus and Domitian was his cousins. Don't worry, about to look him up. Watch this.
And if you end up worshipping Jesus, what you will really end up doing is worshipping Caesar in disguise.
This may have been how the Flavians finally got the Jews to worship Caesar as a god, by giving them Jesus Christ, a Messiah more to the Romans' liking. But is there any actual history to this character? Where did he really come from?
The mystery to me begins with his very name. In Greek, Jesus means Savior and Christ means the Messiah. This didn't strike me as something you would call a young child.
These two words are already important within Judaism before Jesus Christ supposedly existed. Major biblical figures to a Jewish Greek-speaking populace would already be called Christ. Their ears would already be acclimated to accepting this title. So it isn't just a unique name of a single person who that just suddenly popped up.
What did we actually know about Jesus Christ the man?
I don't think that Jesus can be historically defended. I don't think there's any evidence that we can extend to that particular Jesus.
So when you actually set out to investigate the historical Jesus as opposed to the Christ of faith, you very abruptly enter a void. You find that whereas you might imagine the core details of Jesus are readily known and accessible, you actually discover there's no such thing.
Further, there had never been any archaeologic evidence of Jesus Christ that had ever been discovered.
You cannot find an established and incontrovertible biography of Jesus at all. It doesn't exist. You enter a strange twilight zone of early Christian belief. What we have here is not a movement that's grown on the accretion of legends on a real flesh and blood man, but instead the development of a religious movement around the idea of a man.
There isn't even an actual physical description of what Jesus looked like anywhere in the Gospels.
The presentation of the Jesus character, it's somewhat of a composite of many messianic leaders of the time. Many messianic leaders of the time, most or all of whom came to a bad end.
Yeah, so a lot of y'all, you get into like the first century freedom fighters for the liberation of Zion or for the liberation of Palestine, you'll see. They was minting coins and all that. But there's a gang of cats, man. Judah or Yehuda of Galilee. You got Eleazar ben Yair. You got, I think, Simon of Perea. It's a gang of them cats. And the gang of them was crucified. You feel me? Mocked, beat, all that. You know what I mean? So with Robert Eisman, and I got his books too. The book on the top right there is James, the brother of Jesus. That deal hard, 1,000 pages deep. But yeah, so Robert Eisman and all them, you know, talk about all this, all of it. You feel me? And it ain't just him. There's other cats. There's other cats out there that's out here putting this out, but it's kind of hard for people to grasp because they're not looking at it as literature. They're looking at it as history. This is what exactly happened. Nigga, word for word, bar for bar, every comma, every semicolon. It's like, nah, you really don't know what was going on at the time. It was freedom fighters who were standing up against Roman opposition, Roman slavery, Roman taxation, naked statues of Caesar everywhere. You know, they were standing up and fighting against that. And a lot of these brothers died of violent deaths. So what he's saying is that Jesus' character is an amalgamation. You feel me? With a Roman twist on it. Watch this.
Usually by crucifixion, because crucifixion was the Roman punishment for seditious activity.
And the penny dropped that Jesus, as a human being, never existed.
In all of this, we're dealing with literature. We're not dealing with history. So
the
answer is...
did you hear him? We're not dealing with history. It's literature. That means you had to been educated in Greek composition of literature. You feel me? If you're dealing with literature, you got to know how to compose literature. You got to know about your plots and your different angles and how to exit characters and bring them in and introduce this, and you got to really be up on your stuff. You see what I'm saying? So that's another thing. We ain't differentiating between literature and history. Watch this. But look, ready to go to war over it.
No, there is no history to this character of Jesus. It's entirely a literary creation.
What the Romans did was they saw the Jews' reliance and belief in prophecy. So they said, okay, they want a prophet, let's give them one.
It seems that in the construction of the literary character Jesus Christ, the Roman authors borrowed religious concepts not only from Judaism, but also from other gods and religions that they knew. Some scholars have noticed the similarities between the story of Jesus and the ancient pagan mysteries.
In ancient mythology, we find this whole strain of thought called solar mythology. Many gods start taking on solar attributes because as agricultural communities become more important, the sun becomes the big focus, the most obvious reasons of planting and harvesting. The sun is then personified. So now we have a male sun god. It becomes a religion in many parts of the world. Christianity usurped a tremendous amount of sun worship. Some of us are saying that this was a sun god turned into a Jewish man. This December 25th birthday was in fact the winter solstice. This is really in fact the birth of the god of light. December 25th actually is the end of a 3-day period of when the sun stands still. The sun appears to be dying as the days become shorter, and the sun is reborn at that point.
Across the ancient world, there was this form of experiential and philosophical spirituality in these mystery cults or mystery schools. And at the center of these schools, you would find a mythos, which was an initiatory myth, a symbolic myth, which would help people who were going through the initiatory process come to this spiritual awakening, this knowledge, this what they call gnosis. And what you see in these myths is the elements that will later become the Jesus story.
Let's ask the question, is Jesus developed from
The Flavian family.
To further support his thesis that the Flavians originated Christianity, Joseph Atwell points to the Roman Catholic Church's earliest saints, known as the Christian Flavians.
Oh, hold on now. Hold on. They was even the first Christian saints? You don't say. You don't say.
The Flavian family is connected
and
to
that's what the bros was banging against, naked ass statues of Caesar.
Christianity in a number of unusual ways. So many members of the family were recorded as having been among the first Roman Catholic saints. These include Flavia Domitilla.
Oh, Flavia Domitilla. Let's look her up. Man, look, man. Come on, man. We ain't playing no games. So your first saints were Flavians. Are you serious? Let's look that up then. Flavia Domitilla. Where you at, Mally? Catholic Online, Saints and Angels. I went to F. Let's scroll down and see. That's crazy, man. And the other part about it is even more crazy is that they all start calling Flavius Vespasian and Titus Messiah, basically. Now look at this. Tripping, going down. Son. It took me all the way back up to the top. Okay, here we go. Look at this. Flavia Domitilla. She is on her. Oh, dang. Saint Flavian. Let's go back one. There she is right there. Dang. Flavia Domitilla. These cats is even your Catholic and Christian saints, man. That's crazy. Feast day, May 12th. She got a feast day. Death, 2nd century. Martyr with Euphrosynia and Theodora. She was related to emperors who? Domitian and Titus. Domitian and Titus. And was a great niece of Saint Flavius Clement. Dang. She was martyred with her 2 foster sisters. This cult was suppressed in 1969. Looked like a lot of internal fighting was going on amongst them. You feel me? He just said Saint Flavia Domitilla, the niece of Saint Flavius Clement. Dang. What's really going on here? Watch this.
Who is either Titus's sister or his niece. And there is an inscription honoring Flavia for donating the land that became the first Christian catacomb.
Flavia, your girl, and they responsible for the first Christian catacombs. You see where dude going with it? He like, they responsible for your literature, your catacombs. This other cat we're gonna go into later bring up the first Christian symbols and how that's Flavian. It's like, dang. So the ones responsible for destroying Jerusalem, like Vespasian and Titus, those are Flavians. Josephus is an adopted Flavian. Clement is a Flavian. They're your first saints, or at least one of your first saints. Flavian Domitilla donated the first lands that will become your so-called catacombs. Look at this.
And Flavia Domitilla was the first Christian saint.
She was the first Christian saint. Wow.
Son, Clement, is recorded as having been the first Roman.
There go Clement. Pope Flavius Saint Clement I, the son of Flavia Domitilla. There go Clement right there. Dude, I just pulled up the Nazarene Acts. There he is. I said he's a Flavian. There he is right there. His mama was related to them too. Look at that. Right, so his whole deal is they are the ones responsible. That court, that family are the ones responsible for producing your gospels. But that's the same family that destroyed Jerusalem. There ain't nothing else to say. They the ops. They the ops. They destroyed Jerusalem. Sacked the temple, destroyed it. Used the spoils from Jerusalem to build the Flavian amphitheater that still stands today. That's where the gladiators used to have to fight for their life in the Flavian amphitheater. But that's built off the spoils from Jerusalem. The Arch of Titus in Rome documents Titus' victory over Judea, Jerusalem. They're Flavians. These are the ops. It ain't no, so when he's saying that, then people really need to think, okay, that's why the Gospels are recorded after, or they come out after the war. They don't come out before the war. It's after the war with Rome that the first Gospels start coming out, Mark and all that. But they're coming from Rome in Greek. You see? Look at this.
Catholic Pope after the Apostle Simon. In addition, there were 2 members of the Flavian household staff, Neros and Achilles.
Neros and Achilles. Part of the Flavians too. Look at this.
Both of them had churches named after them in the very earliest Christian dioceses in Rome.
Even the servants had churches named after him. Look at this. These Flavians.
There was a Christian theologian whose name was Titus Flavius Clemens, Clement of Alexandria.
I just pulled up his work. And see, they blend in them. You got Clement of Rome and Clement of Alexandria. You dig? But Clement of Alexandria lived later. He's around the 150s. And he into the 2nd century. That boy head wider than mine.
And he's the one who actually described the first Christian symbols. And
the first Christian symbols were described by a Flavian, Titus Flavius Clemens. Where we at now?
He said they were the anchor.
Oh, remember these symbols. So Flavians are even responsible for your symbols, your Christian symbols. You see the fish over there? Huh? You see the anchor? You see? So he's using all this evidence to arrive at a conclusion that the Gospels or the New Testament is a product of the Flavian court. Specifically the Gospels. Right now, watch that. But in order to produce something like this, you would have to have people in your court that's familiar with Hebrew history and skilled in Greek understanding. Well, you got in your court, you got Mattress back Bernice, who was bedding Titus. She's an Herodian princess, great-granddaughter of Herod. You got Flavius Josephus, sellout, but was educated in Greek, given an apartment in the emperor's palace, got an imperial pension. He got wives and children and even lands tax-free after his sellout. You got those from Alexander that are directly influenced by Philo, like his nephew Tiberius Julius Alexander, who was Titus's second in command. An Israelite helped the Romans destroy Jerusalem. It's Philo's nephew. So even your symbols, even your first Christian symbols and all that, Flavian. I know, but they were educated in Greek. Greek, it's called Paideia. It's called Paideia. That's why your boy Paul was a Roman, writing in what? Greek. The Gospels didn't come out in Latin. Jerome did the Vulgate in Latin. The very first Gospels were coming out in Greek. And the Jewish aristocracies and the Roman aristocracies, like the Herodians, the Alexanders, the Flavians, and those alike, were all educated in Greek. Yeah, it's composed in Greek. It's Greek literature. Right? And if you're dealing with Philo, well, Philo, he called Plato holy, the most holy Plato. The Stoics, Plato. I mean, come on, man. All that stuff right there is right in your face. All you gotta do is look at it. But nonetheless, the disciples in them are poor, illiterate fishermen. The average Israelite was not educated in Greek, composed in Greek literature. None of their literature would have been in Greek.
Boat, the fish, the olive branch, the star.
The fish, the olive branch, the star. Look at this.
And oddly, these are the very symbols that the Flavian Caesars used on their coins.
Oh.
The final connecting point between...
So all the Christian symbols, right? The Flavians and them was using them on their coins.
The Flavian family in Christianity is that in the 4th century, Flavius Constantine made Christianity the state religion of Rome.
A lot of y'all didn't know that Constantine was a Flavian, or at least had it by name. Flavius, Valerius, Constantinus, Valerius. So you got from the 1st century up to the 4th. Flavian control, oversight, production of the literature. Feel me? Watch this.
The military achievements of Caesars were important to all Romans. So certainly, the Flavian Christians, the group that the Roman Catholic Church states were the first saints of the religion.
The Flavian Christians, who were the first saints of the religion. Listen to that. Donated the first lands for the catacombs. Now, how ironic. That's where you got your catacombs and all the Christian and Jewish art in the catacombs. Really?
Would have known the identity of the Son of Man that Jesus predicted, who would crush Galilee, encircle Jerusalem with a wall, and raise the temple, was Titus Flavius.
So it seems if a person knows how to uncover them, there are actually many clues pointing to the Flavian origin of Christianity. And perhaps the most intriguing one that Joseph Atwill uncovered is a secret code the Flavians used in their documents, which enabled him to make his startling discovery.
So the Romans had the Jews' scripture locked up inside their imperial court, and they studied it. And what they discovered was that there was a unique literary code hidden in the text.
This hidden code, which was common in Jewish scripture, was used by the Flavian literary team to place passages into the Gospels that had to be deciphered to be understood. This hidden literary technique is known as typology.
Not typology.
Typology is used throughout the ancient Hebraic literature. And it's a genre that is really no longer understood or used today. But simply put, typology is using events from the past to provide form and context for subsequent ones.
What we're talking about is stereotypic. In other words, there's an idealized prototype which shows certain characteristics or performs in certain ways.
For instance, one of the things they do is they take an old story and they retell it in a new form, and they superimpose contemporary history upon old stories, and they create these multi-layered texts.
In Hebraic typology, texts were designed to be read in comparison to one another or intertextually, and in doing so, a meaning that would not be visible in the surface narration would become apparent to someone who understood the typologic connection between the stories. Hebraic typology connects prophets. Events from the life of one prophet are placed into the life of a subsequent prophet. And this shows that there is a divine pattern established by God connecting his prophets to one another.
The Gospels actually show how we can decipher for ourselves this hidden code or typology that was used to create the Jesus story.
At the very beginning of the Gospels, there's a primer of this typology. What the author of Matthew has done is take events from the Old Testament and place them into the life of Jesus. These events occur in the same sequence in the story of Jesus as they occur in the Old Testament.
Numerous Bible scholars had already identified the following parallels.
Both stories have a patriarch named Joseph who travels from Israel to Egypt, a ruler who massacres innocent boys, a divine character who states that all the men are dead who sought your life, and then a return from Egypt to Israel. This is followed by events which have passing through water. In the Old Testament, the Israelites pass through the Red Sea. In Matthew, Jesus is given a baptism in which he passes through water. We then travel into the wilderness. The Israelites are in the wilderness for 40 years. Jesus goes into the wilderness for 40 days. Finally, we have the three temptations. In the Old Testament, we have the temptation by bread, the statement, do not tempt God, and the commandment to worship only God. These appear again in Matthew, where Jesus is tempted by bread, tells the devil, do not tempt God, and instructs him to worship only God. Therefore, when you compare the life of Jesus with the life of Moses, you see a linkage that shows that the character in the Gospels was divinely connected to the character in the Old Testament. The life of the first Savior of Israel, Moses, foresaw the life of Jesus.
So if y'all understand what typology is, right? If you understand it, give me a 1 up in the chat. He's just showing you the parallels of the types, how Moses was a type of Jesus, how Adam was a type of Jesus. Like if you're familiar with any type of Bible studies, you understand that Old Testament showed shadows or types of Jesus. That the study of that is typology. That's all that is. You feel me? Right? But it is a literary technique. It is a literary technique, you know what I mean? That's used, but is and oftentimes mostly overlooked. All right. So I don't, unless you're just saying all these things are coincidences or a coinky dink, like I like to say. If you're saying this is a coinky dink, then you know you got your right to that. But for those that's like, hold on, how is that the same thing? They're saying like who wrote that? What literary team? Under what authority? At what time? Feel me? Was there an agenda there? Like your creative juices start flowing. Like, hold on, how was that? So being that that's like that with who we call Jesus and Moses, then he's going to show you how well the ministry of Jesus, its start point, and the military campaign of Titus, Vespasian, Flavius, its start point and its parallel end are one and the same. It's typology. And but what he uses, the crazy part about this whole thing is he ain't just talking out the side of his neck. What he's using is the New Testament and Flavius, the works of Flavius Josephus, specifically the War of the Jews. You see? And he's showing, well, this is a typology as well. The ministry of Jesus Christ is the typology or a type for the military campaign for Titus Caesar, or Titus Flavius Vespasian, who eventually became Caesar, who is the military general that destroyed Jerusalem. He's a Flavian, and he just so happens to have the exact same name as his father. He came in his father's name. Yeah, Titus and Vespasian is the father, Titus is the son. All right, both of them have the exact same name. Vespasian Titus Flavius. Vespasian Titus Flavius. Same exact name, right? So what he's saying is that the ministry of Jesus Christ is a type or is a reflection of the military campaign of Titus, who destroyed Jerusalem. Who's a Flavian? You dig? That's where he's going with that. Now watch this. Watch this. And then, so if he's using Josephus, you dig, we better not go nowhere in Josephus to find nothing about none of that. None of that. You dig? Watch this. Watch this.
Who's now claiming to be the next savior of Israel.
To understand.
Because we'll run with that. We'll be like, Josephus talked about Jesus. Or talked about Christ, should we say. Talked about Christ. Right? But we never go into the parts of the same writings where he's identifying Vespasian or Titus as that promised Messiah. See, it hit different when that's what he's using Josephus' works. The author of this book, Caesar's Messiah. He's using Josephus' works and the New Testament and showing that the military campaign, the ministry of Jesus parallel. Right? And he's using Josephus' works, who was an eyewitness. He did right during the first century, an eyewitness to fall of Jerusalem. You see? Watch this.
Understand the rest of the Jesus story, his adult ministry, we simply need to know that the same system of parallel names, locations, and concepts occurring in the same sequence was used to connect Jesus in the Gospels
Y'all hear that?
to Titus.
Hold on now. So it's the same situation, just like that's like the typology was used with Moses and Jesus. The typology was used with Jesus and Titus. That's his theory. But does it hold any weight? I already showed you we got Clement of Flavian, cousin to Titus and Domitian, nephew to Vespasian, writing. He's writing about these New Testament characters in the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles in the first century. He's writing about a Jesus, a James, a Peter, all that. All that. You feel me? So this theory shouldn't be that hard to believe now. Now watch this.
To understand the rest of the Jesus story, his adult ministry, we simply need to know that the same system of parallel names, locations, and concepts occurring in the same.
Okay, so an eyewitness such as Josephus, all right, let's prove he was using typology. Names, location, concepts, and sequence. He's an eyewitness, right? Watch this.
Sequence was used to connect Jesus in the Gospels to Titus in the works of Josephus. Our scholars explain this gospel typology in the following 3 examples.
All right, pay attention.
Jesus comes to the Sea of Galilee at the beginning of his ministry. He gathers his disciples to him and he says, "Do not be afraid. Follow me and become fishers of men." In the Gospel of Luke, Jesus actually says catchers of men. Titus comes to the same location, to the Sea of Galilee. He gathers his troops, his disciples, together, and he says, "Don't be afraid." And then he leads them. They follow him, and they attack a group of Jewish rebels. They sink the Jews' boats. The Jews attempt to swim to safety, and the Romans use their spears to catch them. They become fishers of men.
All that's in Josephus. What's it?
The match isn't exact, but we should never expect it to be exact. It's simply a type which is repeated across the whole of the New Testament.
Jesus is constantly dealing with devils. Josephus also deals with devils, but Josephus defines who these devils are. He states that the devils are those individuals who have a rebellious spirit and rebel against Rome. At Gadara, Jesus encounters one man who has a legion of demons inside his mind. They then are driven out by Jesus. They infect a herd of swine, and then this herd rushes wildly into the water. This is a parallel to Titus's battle at Gadara, where one individual infects an entire legion of Jews with his demonic spirit, and then that group in turn infects another group, and this combined group is driven by the Romans into the sea.
What's being suggested here is
So from the Sea of Galilee to the expulsion of the demons into the herd of swine at Gadara. See, so that Jesus and Titus are starting their ministries per se at the same place, and it's going in the same sequence all the way down to Jerusalem. You feel me? Don't forget, the War of the Jews about Titus is written by Josephus in Rome from the Flavian court in Greek from overseas after the war, same as the Gospels.
is that this story that you find in the Gospels is in some ways sort of like a grim parable about that military event. It's sort of like a bit tongue-in-cheek, I think. The Romans had a vicious sense of humor like this, a very black sense of humor. In a medieval text that I've studied, which is called the Gospel of Barnabas, when you read that story, the way it's presented is in an unsophisticated form. That is to say, it's sort of been decoded in some ways, and it becomes clear that what we're talking about here are the Jewish rebels are chased into the sea and they drown in the sea. In the Gospels, these are presented as pigs. This is once again a very dark, black sort of Roman sense of humor. Some of this literature really needs to be understood like that.
The crucified one survives. Watch this.
In Josephus's biography, he describes when he was in the entourage of Titus during the closing stages of the siege of Jerusalem, he chanced upon 3 of his friends who were being crucified. And he pleaded with Titus for their release. And Titus gave that permission, and the 3 figures were removed from the cross. 2 of them died, and 1 revived. Now, if you're looking for a stereotypic example of how some idea was floated into the mind of someone writing the Gospels, that is a pretty clear example. It's certainly a strange occurrence.
How many of y'all knew? I mean, a lot of us know Josephus' work. He has the Antiquity of the Jews and he has the War of the Jews, right? A lot of us never knew that Josephus has a biography called The Life of Flavius Josephus, or the Vita or the Vita. All right. In there, he talks about how he had to go get permission to get 3 of his crucified homeboys off the cross. Now, remember, Josephus' name is Joseph Bar Matthias. Joseph Bar Matthias. Watch this. Watch this.
That we find such an incident in the works of Josephus when it shows up in such a dramatic form in the Gospels.
In the Gospels, Joseph of Arimathea asked the Roman commander to take Jesus down from the cross. In Josephus's history, Joseph Bar Matthias asked the Roman commander to take someone down from the cross. Arimathea is a pun.
Look at that. How you get around that? That's called typology. That's called typology right there. You can't duck that one. We all know who Joseph of Arimathea is during the crucifixion of Christ. He came and begged Pilate for the body of Christ. His name was Joseph of Arimathea. Well, Josephus' name is Joseph Bar Matthias. You think that's just a coinky-dink? And it just so happens in his biography, he talked about he had to go beg the Roman commander for the bodies of his 3 homeboys. 2 of them died. The 2 thieves on the right and the left, and 1 of them revived. Christ resurrected. And that's type of stuff you can't duck. Watch this.
On Josephus's last name, Bar Matthias.
When you read our sources really carefully, and you have to do it really, really carefully, because they didn't spell it out for us. It's effectively very well hidden. We have to understand that our literature, a lot of our literature is essentially propaganda. The Romans are not writing objective history, and all of our literature has been through Roman filters. Perhaps that's the significance of the Dead Sea Scrolls, that this is literature that hasn't been through the Roman filters.
It's important to realize that Josephus wrote in an era when allegory was regarded as a science. Educated readers were expected to be able to see another meaning in religious texts than the one that appeared in the surface narration.
We're dealing with Roman literature on the one hand and Jewish literature on the other, and it has to be said that in both cases, they're much more sophisticated, much more multi-layered and elusive, and much trickier than modern readers suspect. No, it's not a simple literature. It's very, very complex, allegorical literature that indulges in the literary games that the Romans played. The more you understand about Roman literature in this period, and then you place the Gospels and other Christian literature in that same milieu, you can start to see the games that are being played in that literature.
Now, these parallels have been seen by other scholars, But what they failed to notice is that they occur in the same sequence, and thereby they create a typologic pattern.
The Flavian thesis, it's trying to read these texts in context, because in any given text, you've got the text in the first instance, and then you've got the context, the environment in which it happened, and of course in all of these texts also you've got a subtext. So you've got text, context, and subtext, and you have to be able to read all of those things. And unfortunately, many religious people who are coming out of seminaries, who are coming out of religious colleges, they're just not being trained in this sort of level of reading. They're instead being trained to just read on one level, which is a literal level. And I think that that's very unfortunate, and that really needs to be challenged.
By studying the multiple layers in these ancient texts in the original Greek language, Joseph Atwill was able to discover not just a handful, but over 40 typological parallels between the Gospels and the works of Josephus, which show that the ministry...
Over 40 typological parallels between the ministry or the military campaign of Titus, Vespasian Flavius Caesar, who came in the same exact name as his father, and Jesus Christ of the New Testament, who came in the name of his father.
of Jesus Christ followed in exact sequence the military campaign of Titus Flavius through parallel names, locations, and concepts.
Once I understood the system that the Flavians were using to link Jesus and Titus, I was able to discover dozens of these parallels between Jesus and Titus. And what was amazing is that they occurred in the same sequence. And this simply proves that this was deliberate.
Right, so it's not scattered, it's not haphazard, it's the same sequence. They in the same place, and they going to the same place at the same times, in the same order.
That these unusual parallels had been created by the Flavians as a signature. It is their way of telling posterity that they authored the Gospels. These parallels are the Flavian signature of the Gospels.
The Flavian signature of the Gospels. Oh wait. Let's get into some of this real quick. Let's go to the book of Numbers. Numbers chapter 24. If you're getting some understanding thus far, go ahead and give me a 9 up in the chat. What we going into? All right. There is a prophecy. There is a prophecy in the book of Numbers that was inspiring the first century freedom fighters in the land of Israel to stand up against Roman imperialism, Roman taxation, Roman degradation, and also overall embarrassment, man. I mean, think about it. They was putting up naked ass statues of Caesar in their temples and synagogues and all that, bro. They was taxing them. You feel me? So you had brothers in them that stood up, stopped paying taxes, minted their own money. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, let me pull up some of them coins. So these wasn't just some cats that was just throwing stones for the redemption of Zion first century coin. I'm in a couple books. I just got to dig with my first century coin. Let me see something real quick, see whatever pull up. These cats wasn't playing, man. This stuff was serious. These are the coins right here. Let me share this with you. All right, for the redemption of Zion, what I typed in up there, first century coins. All right, so the brothers that was fighting this uprising against the Rome, look at that. These are coins. These are coins. Shout out to the first century freedom fighters, man. Judea first revolt year 4, 69 through 70 AD. And it says for the redemption of Zion, front and then in the back, redemption of Zion. These are coins, man. Zion was in bondage to Rome, being taxed, You know what I mean? Being embarrassed, all that. So they had enough sense that they understood if they gonna fight some type of resistance, they had to mint their own money. You know what I mean? It was a highly sophisticated operation, man. A lot of them was in Rome already. They burnt Rome down. They burnt the debt records or the record houses that held their debt. Burnt it. The cats was on it, man. It was really on it. Yeah. Well, let's get back to this. This is the prophecy right here that inspired all that. Numbers 24. All right, so we heard people that like to bring up Cornelius Tacitus. He wrote about Christ and how he was crucified under Pontius Pilate. Bros bring up Suetonius as well. Gaius Suetonius Tranquillus. 112 Caesars. Got his book too. All right. We bring up Josephus. Who else? But nobody ever talks about these same men openly said that the Messiah is Vespasian and his government, or to some go and say Vespasian and Titus, his son. You feel me? This right here is the prophecy in Numbers 24 that was fueling the whole thing. You understand? The bros that was fighting understood that Messiah, a ruler, got to come out of Israel. All right? And don't worry, we're going to show you. We got receipts. But the whole time, they get together and say this ruler is the Flavian emperors, the very ones responsible, according to what we're looking at, responsible for producing the Gospels out of their court. These are the ones who destroyed Jerusalem. Titus, Vespasian, all them. So this is Numbers 24 and 17. Look at this. So this also proves that their war against Rome was a messianic war. It was a messianic war. Because they were looking for the Messiah to come and redeem them from the boots of the Romans. I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not near. There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel, and shall smite the corners of Moab and destroy all the children of Sheph. So this right here is a messianic expectation. So all the bros in them was messianic. You understand? And they understood, like, look, we got to fight, or you understand, we're going to get wiped off the map. But this must be the time. If not now, then when? This got to be the time. Right? So they stood up and became terrorists to the Romans, but known as first century freedom fighters. Again, salute them brothers, Yehuda of Galilee, Simon of Perea. You got Eleazar, Ben Yair. You got a gang of them bros. Josephus is right about it. That was a terror to Rome. But this right here was the prophecy that fueled both sides of it. This is what had the zealots like, look, we rather eat cat shit with a knit needle than look at another naked statue. We rather, you know what I mean, die than get taxed. You see? This is it right here. So the question is, what's up with Josephus? And all right, we have him speaking about a Christ in his writings, in which some say is later interpolation, added later on, right? But what did Josephus say himself? Who does that apply to? What we just saw in Numbers 24. Let's get there. Let me show y'all this. Y'all know we surgical with it. No games. Right to it. No licking of the finger. No guesswork. Let's get to it. Where we going? Let me show y'all this. War of the Jews. All right. Book 6, sections 271 to 315. See that? All right, so we're going to go on down to sections 300 to 315. We're going to show y'all what's going on. Look what Josephus say. Started 310. This is his work. Look what he say about this, that prophecy we just read, which is a messianic prophecy. Look what he say. I'll blow it up. I'm just going to do a lot of sliding, y'all. I want y'all to really see this. All right. All right. Now, if anyone consider these things, he will find that God takes care of mankind, and by all ways possible foreshows to our race. This is Josephus talking about the Jews. To our race, what is for their preservation, but that men perish by those miseries which they madly and voluntarily bring upon themselves. He talking about the brothers that stood up, and he was supposed to have been a brother that stood up at first, right? Look at this. Look at this. For the Jews, by demolishing the Tower of Antonia, had made, look at this, y'all, had made their temple 4 square, while at the same time they had it written in their sacred oracles that then should, look at this, that then should their city be taken as well as their holy house. But once their temple should become 4 square, but now what did most elevate them in undertaking this war against Rome, was an ambiguous oracle that was also found, look at this, in their sacred writings. We're talking about the Torah. How about that time, one from their country should become governor of the habitable earth. Here it is. No, and Josephus is talking like he ain't one of us. Like he ain't no bro. He like their writings, their sacred writings. How about that time, one from their country should become governor of the whole world, right? Look at this, of the whole earth. The Jews took this prediction. And I find this ironic he's talking like this. Look at this. The Jews took this prediction, the one we just read in Numbers, y'all, number 24. The Jews took this prediction to belong to themselves in particular, and many of the wise men were, it is, thereby deceived in their determination. Now, this oracle or prophecy certainly denoted, now remember, this is Josephus talking, Flavius Josephus, the prophecy we just read in Numbers 24. Hold on. This prophecy right here. This prophecy right here. Look at it. I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel. Scepter means rulership. I shall rise out of Israel, and shall smite the corners of Moab, and destroy all the children of Seth. And Edom shall be a possession. Seir also shall be a possession for his enemies. And Israel shall do valiantly. Out of Jacob, verse 19, out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion, and shall destroy him that remaineth of the city. See this? This prophecy, Numbers 24, 15 or 17 through 19. Who does Josephus say this applies to? Because this is the prophecy that's fueling the war, according to Josephus. Flavius Josephus, that is. Who does he say this messianic prophecy applies to? You run up in here and you say, well, Josephus talked about Christ. Well, who is Christ according to Josephus? Watch this. He's going to tell you. Who does this messianic Messiah prophecy apply to according to him? According to this Flavian. Look at this. Look at this. Who does this apply to? Let me get back there. Somebody gonna be mad. But guess what? You be all right. Trust me. All right, look at this. It says right here. What did most elevate them in undertaking this war was an ambiguous oracle that was also found in their sacred writings. How about that time one from their country should become governor of the whole earth? The Jews took this prediction or this prophecy to belong to themselves in particular. Because it said Israel gonna do valiantly, right? And many of the wise men were deceived, were thereby deceived in their determination. Now, this prophecy, this oracle, certainly denoted the government of who? Vespasian. Vespasian, boy. Josephus, sit your monkey ass down somewhere. Josephus just said that the prophecy in Numbers 24, verse 17 through 19, ain't talking about Jesus Christ. It's talking about Vespasian, Caesar, and his government. And don't forget, his son Titus got the same name as him. Exact same name. Do y'all see that? Oh, man, let me share that. Make sure I'm sharing. You ain't even sharing it, Mally. Click back over. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Look at this. See, a lot of people are in denial. Josephus is calling Caesar. He calling Vespasian and his government. His son Titus, he calling them the anointed Messiah, the star that shall come out of Jacob and rule the entire earth. And Israel gonna do valiantly right with him. Josephus said, yeah, they predicted that wrong. They predicted that wrong. They looked at that totally wrong. Now remember, he was a rebel leader at first. So he was on the wrong side according to him at first. Nah, we got to really slow down and re-look at this thing, man. This stuff been in our face the whole time. Josephus, yeah, it may be a later interpolation where he bringing up Christ, but Josephus is saying that the prophetic prophecy of a Messiah in Numbers 24 is about Vespasian. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Look at this. Read it again. The Jews took this prediction to belong to themselves in particular, and many of the wise men were thereby deceived in their determination. Now, this oracle certainly denoted the government of Vespasian, who was appointed emperor in Judea. Ball game, boy. Josephus the sellout came outside and called the Flavians the Messiah, the emperor. That the prophecy in Numbers 24, he fulfills it. And that those who were fighting the rebels, the real ones who was fighting against the Romans, that they, through their zeal, misinterpreted the oracle. Wow. Wow. And look, we got receipts. You want to know when? No. You want to know when? Right here, the War of the Jews. Book 6, 271 through 315. We read 310 through 315. We read 310 through 315. So now you can go find it, highlight it, download it, screenshot it. He just said that prophecy has to do with Vespasian and his government, and that the rebels who were fighting for some decency, who were fighting, you understand, for a righteous cause, had it all wrong. They misinterpreted prophecy. This had to do with Vespasian. Now, this oracle certainly denoted the government of Vespasian, who was appointed emperor in Judea. Dang, son. Dang, son. So y'all see that? Huh? So, hey, give me an 8 up in the chat if y'all understand. Trip off this. The film Caesar's Messiah is making a claim that the Gospels are a product of the Flavian imperial court. That's what it's saying. All right. Josephus, or Flavius Josephus, once a rebel commander, right, didn't stand on business, flipped to the other side. He goes to Rome and gets an apartment. He gets a government pension. He get wives. He get lands tax free. You know what I mean? He started living the good old life, right? So, if you understand that Flavius Josephus Even though there are like 2 or 3 spots that where it said he speaks about a Jesus or Christ. But if you understand that in his own testimony, he is claiming that Vespasian of Flavian is the fulfillment of Numbers 24. If you understand that, throw an 8 up in the chat, man. Shit, we slow rolling. Ooh-wee, and that's just Josephus, y'all. That's just Josephus. Let's get some more. Let's get some more. All right, let me show y'all this right here. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. Now watch this right here. Watch this. This is the rabbi, the father of rabbinical Judaism. Rabbi Johanan ben Zakkai. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee, ooh-wee. Let's see. All right, so we got Josephus saying the prophecy in Numbers 24 applied to Vespasian and his government. That's what we got. Ain't no getting around it. You feel me? And so I found it crazy because dude in the documentary is using Josephus's work and the New Testament to prove his point. All right. Josephus just came outside and said, look, the zealots got it wrong, man. They got it wrong. Okay. That prophecy applies to the Flavians, starting with Vespasian and his government. That's what Josephus said. All right. And if somebody think you're lying, pointing to War of the Jews, book 6, tell them start at section 310 and read down to 315 and get your mind blown. Get your mind blown. Now look at this. This is about a prominent rabbi in the 1st century who was there when Jerusalem was being destroyed. The father of rabbinical Judaism. Look at this. Look what he says. You can't make this stuff up, man. I'm trying to tell y'all. You know what I mean? I know people be thinking this like, nah, man, like you got to really go back over this stuff. You know what I mean? And then we got people that be like non-messianic, messianic, man. Listen to me. The survivors of the war, the survivors dealing with the doctrine and all that of the war are the sellouts. When the dust settled, you got Paul's version of Christianity, and you got rabbinical Judaism, which is a polar opposite of the radical Judaism that was fighting against the very Romans that they later came outside and called Messiah. It shouldn't be a game. Don't it say in John 19 in the New Testament what they say? What they say? You think this is a coinky dink? You think it's a coinky dink? Look what these niggas say. See, it's about time to stop the fat mouth. It's about time to shut all that down. You dig? Look at this. Let me show y'all this. Look at this. And we'll go back to that. Just real quick. John 19 and 15. Look at this. But when they cried out, away with him, crucify him. Pilate saith unto them, shall I crucify your king? The chief priest answered, we have no king but who? Caesar. Caesar. Or Caesar. Caesar.
Strong's G 2541. Caesar.
Caesar. Yeah, no king but Caesar. That's what they said. The surname of Julius Caesar, which adopted by Octavius Augustus and his successors afterwards, became a title and was appropriated by the Roman emperors as part of their title, Caesar. Caesar, Latin origin, Caesar, title of the Roman emperor. That nigga said we have no king but Caesar. That's what they said. Let's get back to it. Let me show you how this works. All right, so we got Josephus saying Caesar fulfills the prophecies. Numbers 24th chapter. Who else we got? Who else we got? Look at this right here. This is from Orthodox Union. This is an Israeli article, actually. Show y'all how we do this. Yeah, this is an Israeli newspaper or article or website, should I say. If you know how to read that, you know what that says right there. Right up under Orthodox. In the Ivrit, that says Torah and commandments. A Torah va mitzvot. Law and commandments, right? Look at this. So they're putting this stuff out there. They'll tell you what it was. The form of Judaism you got today is a passive Judaism that amalgamated into Rome and that was accepted by Rome as long as it wasn't as radical as the ones Rome was fighting. So even your rabbinical Judaism, and I'm Torah only and all that, you don't even realize, right? Or I'm New Testament only, or I'm both. A lot of our people don't realize what they saying, what they dealing with. You know what I mean? No matter what version you hold on to. Look at this. The fateful meeting, give me Yavna and his sages. There go Titus right now. That's Vespasian. Yank jaw heathen. Vespasian. Look at this. So y'all can see what's going on. The setting is Jerusalem, approximately in the year 70 CE. The city is in the grip of a terrible famine and is surrounded by powerful Roman legions under the command of Vespasian. Abba Sikra, the head of the Bir Yonim, the extremist Jewish militants, was the brother-in-law of Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai. Ben Zakkai sent a message to Abba Sikra, come to me in secret. But later came. Rabban Johanan spoke, how long are you going to continue to destroy the world by famine? He answered, what can I do? The situation is out of my control. If I say anything opposing the ideas of my comrades, they will kill me. Rabbi Johanan told his brother-in-law to devise a plan which would be most likely to enable Ben Zakkai to leave the city, to negotiate with the Romans and bypass the tight guard of the Byronian troops. Abba Sikra proposed that Rabban Johanan pretend to be seriously ill and have the word spread that he was on his deathbed and finally that he had died. His students would then pretend to carry his coffin for burial outside the city. So they snuck this nigga out of Jerusalem in a casket. Look at this. With his students, Rabbi Eleazar and Rabbi Yehoshua, acting as pallbearers. The coffin approached the Bir Yoni man guard post just within the wall of Jerusalem. The guards wanted to plunge their swords into the coffin to make sure that they were not being tricked, but students said the Romans will say that they're stabbing their leader. The guards then wanted to push the coffin hard to see if anyone inside would cry out. Again, the students, quickly witted, told them that if they did that, the hated Romans would say the Jews are pushing the body of their leader. Bir Yoni guard opened the gate and reluctantly let the small burial party through, meeting with Vespasian. Look at this. Look at this. When the Jewish party reached the Roman camp, Rabbi Yohanan ben Zakkai emerged from the coffin and greeted the general. Peace be unto you, O king. Peace be unto you, O king. To which Vespasian responded, you have incurred the death penalty twice. First, you have called me king, and I am not the king. Second, if I am indeed the king, why have you not come out to me earlier to how me the proper or show me the proper respect? Ben Zakkai answered, I knew you had to be a king because our prophets, look at this. He's talking to Vespasian. Look at this. Look at this. He's going to put him right in prophecy. Look at this. Ben Zakkai answered, I knew you had to be a king because our prophets have foretold that the temple will fall only into the hands of a king. And the reason I haven't come out to you until now is that we are plagued by violent extremists within the city who would not let me come out. So the zealots like, nah, we going to bang, right? Look at this. Look at this. Vespasian responded, if there were a snake curled around a barrel of honey, would you not break the barrel? that is, set fire to the walls of the city in order to get rid of the snake. Rabban Yakan ben Zakkai was not able to respond to this. At this point, Rabbi Yosef and some say Rabbi Akiva comment that sometimes God makes the wise foolish. For Ben Zakkai should have responded that he had hope to defeat the militants without having to destroy the walls of the city and then to make peace with the Romans. At this point, an imperial messenger arrived from Rome and announced, "Arise, for the emperor has died, and the senators have decided to make Vespasian general of the legions of Rome, the new emperor." Vespasian in the act of rising. Look at this. Look at this. Vespasian in the act of rising had put one boot on, but was unable to get the second one on, nor was he able at this point to take the first one off. Rabban Yachanan, witnessing the new emperor's discomfiture, told him not to be concerned, because the source of the problem was that he had just received wonderful news, and the natural response of the body under these circumstances is to swell. The cure would be to have someone whom Vespasian disliked come before him, which would induce the opposite reaction in the body, to shrink back, so his foot would be restored to its normal size. It is interesting to note that the presence of the Jewish leader was not having the effect of someone distasteful to the emperor. Apparently, Vespasian had developed some grudging respect for the Jewish scholar. Vespasian said to Rabban Johanan, "I will leave now to return to Rome, but I will dispatch someone to take my place. Before I go, Ben Zakkai, you may make a request, which I will grant you." Look at this. So he makes his request, right? But not before he calls Vespasian king and said, "Our prophets talk about this cat." Look at this. Rabbi Johanan ben Zakkai responded with this historic threefold request: that the Romans guarantee the safety of the scholars of Yavna, where the new Sanhedrin, the Jewish Supreme Court, would be located. Look at this. That the Romans guarantee the survival of the family of Rabban Gamaliel, a descendant of the house of David. Hold on. That's the same Gamaliel in the book of Acts. That's him in the book of Acts. See, they backdate. This is in 70. That was back in the 30s and the 20s. They backdating the whole thing. Gamaliel, the Sanhedrin, but Rabban Gamaliel, the son of the house of David, and that the Romans allowed their physicians to restore the health of Rabbi Zadok, who had fasted for 40 years to pray, to pray for the safety of the city and the temple. Apparently, Rabbi Johanan felt that the presence of Rabbi Zadok would be necessary to guarantee the maintenance of the Jewish spirit in face of the overwhelming catastrophe about to befall the nation. Here again, Rabbi Yosef and some say Rabbi Akiva comment that sometimes God makes the wise foolish. For Ben Zakkai should have requested the preservation of Jerusalem and the Holy Temple, and that the Jewish people should be given a second chance to prove their loyalty to Rome. But the Talmud, in defense of Rabban Yohanan Zakkai, explains his thinking, namely that events had gone too far for such a request to be honored, in order therefore to preserve the Torah. For that is the reason for being of the Jewish people. It would have to be located somewhere else temporarily, if that was God's will. And it was the beginning of the 2,000-year dislocation of the Jewish people and the Torah from their land, although there never was a time that the land was totally empty of his Jewish sons and daughters. So that's a second witness. You got Josephus coming out calling Vespasian and his government saying they fulfill the messianic prophecies about a world ruler coming out of Israel. And now you got the father of rabbinic Judaism, Rabbi Johanan ben Zakkai. He got snuck out of Jerusalem in a casket. He hop out the casket, he bows a knee, and he calls Vespasian king. Right after that, it was announced that Nero died and Vespasian would be Caesar or ruler. Look at that. Look at that. And he said, you and our prophecies are such. Right? And guess what he gave him? He gave him universities. He gave him lands. And he had part in Gamaliel and all that. You see what I'm saying? So if you understand that, that's a second witness that they saying that the Flavians are the fulfillment. That's what they saying, that the Flavian emperors are the fulfillment of the scriptures in Numbers, the 24th chapter. We got Josephus, and we got a prominent rabbi who's the father of rabbinical Judaism. If you understand that, give me a 7 up in the chat. Let's go somewhere else. Let's go to some Gentile writers then. Let's go to Tacitus. The Annals of Imperial Rome, Cornelius Tacitus talks about, there's a Jesus or a Christus that was crucified up under Pontius Pilate. So we be like, yeah, you know what I mean? But you never read it. Tacitus, his histories. This is called the Histories, or by Cornelius Tacitus. All right, Roman senator, nobleman, historian. All right, this is let me see. I'm down in section 13. Let me go back up real quick so y'all can see it. The Histories of Tacitus. This is where we at. They running around here calling Vespasian and Titus that. That's crazy. That's crazy. So this is what we in right there. I'm always going to show y'all receipts. You already know. Tacitus Histories, book 5. I'm going to go down to section 13. All right, well, book 5 and 1. At the beginning, look at this. At the beginning of this same year, Titus Caesar, who had been selected by his father to complete the subjugation of Judea, and who had already won distinction as a soldier while both were still private citizens, began to enjoy greater power and reputation for provinces and armies, and vied with one another in enthusiasm for him. Let's go down to 13. Watch this. Go down to section 13 so we can understand what's going on. We got 2 quote-unquote Jews saying it's Vespasian and his government, which would include his son, right? Rabbi Johanan ben Zakkai and Flavius Josephus. Both, in my opinion, sold out. Sold out. Look at it. We go down to section 13. Look at this. Look at that. All right. Prodigies had indeed occurred, but to avert them either by victims or by vows is held unlawful by a people, which, though prone to superstition, is opposed to all proprietary rights. Contending hosts were seen meeting in the skies. Now, this is Tacitus saying at the fall of Jerusalem, the heavens were at war. False gods were warring. If you know anything about it, the false gods were at war. All right. Look at this right here. It says right here. Contending hosts were seen meeting in the skies. Arms flashed, and suddenly the temple was illumined with fire from the clouds. Of a sudden, the doors of the shrine opened, and a superhuman voice cried, "The gods are departing." At the same moment, the mighty stir of their going was heard. Few interpreted these omens as fearful. The majority firmly believed that their ancient priestly writings contained the prophecy that this was the very time when the East should grow strong, and that men starting from Judea should possess the world. That's what the kingdom of heaven is, y'all. It's an Israelite world-dominated kingdom. Starting from Judea should possess the world. This mysterious prophecy had in reality pointed to who? Vespasian. And who? Titus. And that's Cornelius Tacitus. That's him. That's a Roman writing about the prophecies, just like Josephus said it, and just like Rabbi Johanan ben Zakkai just said it. Now we got a Gentile or a Roman saying those prophecies are talking about Vespasian and Titus. It's not talking about, but remember, Vespasian and Titus are Flavians. But the common people, as is the way of human ambition, interpreted these great destinies in their own favor and could not be turned to the truth even by adversity. Y'all see this? So we got Josephus, We got Rabbi Johanan ben Zakkai, and now we got Cornelius Tacitus saying that those prophecies are about Caesar. Caesar. Specifically Vespasian and Titus. It is. Let's read Suetonius. Gaius Suetonius Tranquillus in his work. In his work, The Life of Vespasian by Suetonius. Oh, wait. Now we got receipts. We got receipts thus far. All right, so Life of Vespasian by Suetonius. Gaius Suetonius Tranquillus. Now let me go down and show y'all. So everybody from the Jewish aristocracy to the Roman aristocracy took the prophecies and numbers to represent the Flavian emperors. If y'all understand that, give me a 6 up in the chat. All right. Jewish aristocracy and Roman aristocracy took those prophecies to be fulfilled by Vespasian and Titus, because they were the world rulers who came through Israel, you did, and laid a few things flat. Dang, that's crazy. All right, now this is Suetonius right here. There has spread over all the Orient an old and established belief that it was fated at that time for men coming from Judea to rule the world. This prediction referring to the emperor of Rome. As afterwards appeared from the event, the people of Judea took to themselves accordingly. They revolted, and after killing their governor, they routed the council of rule of Syria as well. Brothers and them start banging. But we got 2 so-called Jews and 2 so-called Roman of the Roman aristocracy claiming that the prophecies apply to Vespasian. All right, you got Joseph Atwill and the Caesar's Messiah saying that the Gospels actually are a product of the Flavian court. So in essence, the ones who destroyed Jerusalem are the ones who produced the literature. You see? So how did they get the literature? What happened? How did they get it? All right. A lot of y'all never read the life of Flavius Josephus. Let's get into that real quick. Josephus has a biography out. All right. Josephus has a biography out called the Vita, or the Life of Flavius Josephus. All right. All right. Now, watch this. Watch this. Y'all see that right there? Let's scroll down. We're going to go all the way down and see what we find out. Because if it's written, if the Gospels are a product of the Flavian court, then that would mean they have it. If you listen to the documentary we watched, he said that Titus and them locked up the Jewish scriptures or the Hebrew scriptures in the imperial library. They took that with them. All right. Now watch this. Let me show y'all something. So we ain't in the War of the Jews or the Antiquity of the Jews. We in Josephus's biography, the Life of Flavius Josephus. All right. Watch this. Watch this. All right. So we can see what happened. Like, man, what happened with this cat, bro? Like, how he go from a rebel, what you would call a rebel rouser or the opposition, according to the Romans, and getting hooked up like this. Did Titus and Vespasian, when they sacked Jerusalem, did they get the Hebrew scriptures? That's the question. Like if you think Vespasian and Titus, or if you think Titus got a hold of the Hebrew scriptures when he sacked Jerusalem, give me a 1 up in the chat. If you don't, give me a 2. Did Titus get a hold of the Hebrew scriptures? So remember, the temple got raided, the menorahs and everything got took. But did the scriptures get took? If you believe they did by Titus and them, give me a 1. Okay, what was Josephus referencing? And if you're talking about scriptures, then it may have been the Septuagint. Who knows? Oh man, y'all got 1s up in that deal. Y'all got 1s up in that deal, man. Dang. I love to be the bird of bad news, you know what I mean? I really do. I love to be the bird of bad news. We got to read this, y'all. Get some understanding. Because how could the Flavians write anything about Hebrew people or the history of these people if they don't have the literature, if they don't have the histories? You know what I mean? Same with the Septuagint being translated into Greek. Those had to be Greek-speaking Jews, had to be, or Greek-speaking Yahudim, had to be. Right? So you got to find the Roman and the Hebrew or the Jewish aristocracies who were educated in Greek. You know what I mean? Greek pedagogy or whatever they call it. You got to find them. Then you start seeing all these different individuals, these Herodians, these Alexanders, these Flavians, right? Now watch this. Watch this. Look what happened. We in his biography, Flavian Josephus' biography. Look at this. Nigga, this is crazy. Chapter 75. For when the siege of Jotapata was over, and I was among the Romans, I was with much care by means of the great respect that Vespasian showed. Moreover, at his command, I married a virgin, who was from among the captives of that country, yet did she not live with me long, but was divorced upon my being freed from my bonds. And my going, so while he was locked up, he had him a look. That's crazy. That's crazy. And my going to Alexandria. However, I married, look at this. This is Josephus talking. However, I married another wife at Alexandria and was then sent together with Titus to the siege of Jerusalem. Look at this. So he gets hooked up with virgins and women and all that before Titus even take Jerusalem down. Josephus is there. They already rewarding him with all the fine, fancy amenities. He already got $5 whores throwing grapes down his throat. He already sleeping on ostrich feather pillows and, you know what I mean, walking around in tonics and tunics and yeah. He over there. He's over there a full-blown Roman. Look at this. He says, however, I married another wife at Alexandria and was then sent together with Titus to the siege of Jerusalem and was frequently in danger of being put to death, while both the Jews were very desirous to get me under their power in order to have me punished, and the Romans also, whenever they were beaten, supposed that it was occasioned by my treachery, and made continual clamors to the emperors and desired that they would bring me to punishment as a traitor to them. But Titus Caesar, look at this thing. Titus Caesar was well acquainted with the uncertain fortune of war and returned no answer to the soldiers' vehement solicitations against me. Moreover, when the city of Jerusalem was taken by force, Titus Caesar persuaded me frequently to take whatsoever I would. Hold on. We got to get some understanding. Hold on. We got to get some understanding. Look at this. Titus Caesar persuaded me frequently to take whatsoever I would of the ruins of my country, and did that he gave me leave so to do. But when my country was destroyed, I thought nothing else to be of any value, which I could take and keep as a comfort under my calamities. So I made this request to Titus, that my family might have their liberty or freedom. I had also, look at this, I had also the holy books I had also the holy books by Titus's concession. He got the holy books of the Hebrews from Titus. Titus and them took the records. Josephus has the records. He ain't writing Antiquity of the Jews from his own memory. What is he referring to? When he's writing his works, what is he referring to? What does he have in front of him? What all did Titus and them take out of Jerusalem? Took scrolls too. So all that white man Ben had his hands on your records. Ben had it. Or before this, Septuagint, you got Ptolemy, Philadelphia's dealing with the Septuagint. Sarapis and all that. Right there shows you that he got the holy books from Titus. Titus handed them over, gave them to who? Josephus. Look at this. Y'all see that? Look at it again, just in case y'all ain't see that. Josephus got the holy books that was taken from Jerusalem by Titus. He got them from Titus. And so he began his work. You see that? Which I could take and keep as a comfort under my calamities. So I made this request to Titus that my family might have their liberty. I had also the holy books by Titus's concession. See that? See that? So Josephus had. He got the holy books from Titus, who got it when he sacked Jerusalem. Now, who also was with Titus when he sacked Jerusalem? Let's look at this. This I found this very crazy. Look at this right here. That's who else was with Titus. You got Josephus there. Who else was there? Show y'all this. I don't know if you ever heard of this guy right here. All right, if y'all get some understanding, throw a 4 up in the chat, baby. Create a gang, you bring them, we raise them. Man, look, I talked to an elder today, and he told me, man, the information y'all put out is the most dangerous information in the world, little brother. You know what I mean? Hey, watch out. Watch yourself. I said, man, look, it's all good. We ain't worried about no millie mouth misfit. Not a little bit. Not a little bit. Josephus, the father of rabbinical Judaism, Cornelius Tacitus, and Gaius Suetonius Tranquillus, all beyond a shadow of a doubt, said that the Numbers 24 prophecy about the star coming out of Jacob refers to Vespasian and Titus. They all said it. Feel me? And all these people supposedly have writings about a Christ in their records, but nobody goes as far as to show where they actually said that Messiah is the Roman emperor. Who is Tiberius Julius Alexander? Let's find out who he is. Tiberius Julius Alexander, 1st century, was an equestrian governor and general in the Roman Empire. Really? Born into a wealthy Jewish family of Alexander. This was a Jake, an Israelite. But abandoning or neglecting the Jewish religion, he rose to become the second procreator of where? Judea. That's right, y'all. Jerusalem was destroyed by a Jew. Philo's nephew. Procreator, the second procreator of Judea, 46 to 48 under Claudius. While prefect of Egypt, 66 to 69, he employed his legions against the Alexandrian Jews, against his own people. He's from Alexandria. He's a Yahudi. But there was uprisings against Roman imperial rule in Egypt and in Judea during this time period. And this cat is playing overseer or officer. You dig? And he putting down all his people. Against the Alexandrian Jews in a brutal response to ethnic violence, and was instrumental in the Emperor Vespasian's rise to power. Who was? Tiberius Julius Alexander, Israelite of the 1st century. Nephew to Philo, who introduced the Logos, or the Trinity concepts. He was the one that was with Vespasian. He was instrumental to Vespasian's rise to power. Trip off this. In 70, what did this nigga do? What did he do? Look at this. In 70, he participated in the siege of Jerusalem as what? Titus's what? Second in command. He's Titus's right-hand man. Yes, right, y'all. A Jew was responsible for destroying Jerusalem by the name of Tiberius Julius Alexander. And he was the second in command to Titus, whom them niggas called the Messiah. What is we talking about? There wasn't Alexander. He became the most powerful Jew of his age and is ranked as one of the most prominent Jews in military history. Do y'all see this? Jerusalem was destroyed by a Jew, and he was the second in command, or the right-hand man to Titus, who Josephus and Rabbi Johanan came out and said was Messiah, who fulfills the messianic prophecies. Not only them, you got Roman aristocracy saying the same thing. So next to their so-called Roman Messiah, you got a Jew. How ironic is that? And he's Philo's nephew. How ironic is that? And one of their greatest military strategists of all time. Wow. A Jew destroyed Jerusalem. Right there with Titus. Look at this. Let me show you his connection to the Herodians. Look at this. Tiberius Julius Alexander was probably born early in the reign of Emperor Tiberius. His father was Alexander, an Alexandrian Jew. So he was bombing on his own people, who held the office of Alabarch as head of customs on the Arabian frontier, but it may have denoted a senior customs official. The family of the older Alexander, a member of the Egyptian gentry, had what? Roman citizenship. That Roman citizenship, just like the Herodians. It was tied in, man. Tied in. Had Roman citizenship. Something not infrequent among the wealthy Jews of Alexandria. See, not the ones in the mud. Look at this. He also had business connections both with who? Agrippa, grandson of Herod the Great. They all connected. They all connected. He's an Alexander. He got business connections with Agrippa, grandson of Herod the Great. Look at this. And with Antonia, mother of Emperor Claudius. Look, this is the political powder keg in which the New Testament was written. Look at this. Another prominent member of Tiberius Alexander's family was his uncle, the philosopher Philo. Philo, boy. The one responsible for introducing Greek mythology or Hellenistic work into Hebrew thought. It's Philo. Look at this. Look at this. With both Tiberius and his younger brother Marcus Julius Alexander, the father preferred to give them grounding in classical languages rather than have them receive a traditional Jewish education. And both had been groomed to enter into the Roman bureaucracy. Marcus Julius, look at this. Alexander was the first husband of Herodian princess Mattress Back Bernice. See, the Herodians and Alexanders, all them connected. He not only had business with Agrippa, Bernice's brother, he also had business with Claudius Caesar's mother, right? And also his sister-in-law was Mattress Back Bernice, Herod's great-granddaughter. Look at this, man. You can't make none of this up. You can't make none of this up, man. A Jew destroyed Jerusalem. Titus's right-hand man was Tiberius Julius Alexander, nephew of Philo, brother-in-law to Mattress Back Bernice. You dig? The destroyer of Jerusalem. They all connected. They're all connected. Man, this is crazy. This is crazy, B. And look, Josephus tell you he got the scriptures from Titus. Titus gave it to him. Dang, let me read some more of this Josephus to you. Let me show you how he got hooked up. Show you he got hooked up. Look at this. Show you what happened with old little Josephus. Oh yeah. Look what happened to him. Hey, hooked him up. You know what I mean? You got to reward your CI, don't you? Your confidential informant, don't you? Y'all, why you ain't got no history from the 1st century in the world? Flavian Josephus is the only history that survived. Everything else has been destroyed. This is the only history you got of the 1st century in the world. And I'm talking about in depth like this. Now look, Life of Flavian Josephus. Look at this. But when Titus had composed the troubles in Judea and conjectured that the lands which I had in Judea would bring me no profit, because a garrison to the guard, the country was afterward to pitch there, he gave me another country in the plain. So he getting lands and everything. He getting lands and everything for his sellout. Look at this. And when he was going away to Rome, he made choice of me to sail along with him and paid me great respect. And when we were come to Rome, I had great care taken of me by Vespasian. Look what Vespasian did for Josephus. Look at this. Look at this. For he gave me an apartment in his own house. Josephus got an apartment in Caesar's palace, boy, which he lived in before he came to the empire. He also honored me with the privilege of a Roman citizen. All these cats got Roman citizenship too. Like your boy Saul of Tarsus. Like your boy Tiberius Julius Alexander. Like Philo and them. And now we've realized Josephus got the same Roman citizenship. He also honored me with the privilege of a Roman citizen and gave me what? An annual pension. They snitched, boy, whale paid him for him. A whale paid him for him. This nigga got an apartment. He got women. He got children. He got an annual pension. Dang. All for coming out and calling this man the Messiah. You the one to fulfill our prophecies. They hooked him right on up. Gave me an annual pension and continued to respect me to the end of his life without any abatement of his kindness to me, which very thing made me envy and brought me into danger for a certain Jew whose name was Jonathan. This was one of the rebel brothers that hated this nigga. Hated him. And as you keep reading, but Josephus got hooked up, man. They hooked him right on up for being a turncoat. He started, all the $5 whores was throwing grapes down his throat. You see this? Y'all see this? This is crazy, B. This is crazy. And then again, this is in the life of Flavius Josephus. This is his biography. You know what I mean? This is his biography. Look at this. Let me show y'all something real quick. Let me show y'all something real quick. You know what I mean? I got you. Trust me. You know I know. All right, let me show y'all this, man. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Let's play this real quick. Bang, bang, bang. Let me show y'all something. I thought this was pretty amazing. I'm going to play this very loud. Show y'all something, man. Show y'all something, man. I pause that. Now look at this right here. Now I know some of y'all may think this is crazy, brother. Come on now, you're reaching a little taste. Now look at some of this stuff, man. Right here. Now check this out. I'm gonna share something. I'm doing a commentary on this too, so y'all can see what I'm talking about. All right. As long as understanding is going forward, that's all that matters. Ooh-wee. Look at it.
Titus Flavius Vespasianus was born on November 17th, 9 AD in Italy. His son has the exact same name as him. He has another son named Domitian. Both of his sons were the emperor of Rome.
You hear that? Titus has the exact same name as his father. Exact same name. All right, look at it.
Following his death, he died in the year 79 AD. He was high priest of Rome, also known as
So the Caesar is high priest. Pontifex Maximus.
Pontifex Maximus, which is now the Pope. He founded the Flavian dynasty. Constantine, who made Christianity the state religion of Rome, took on the name Flavius as well. Vespasian was the first emperor from an equestrian family and only rose into the senatorial ranks.
Did y'all hear that? So everybody from the first century emperors all the way up to Constantine took on that name of Flavian. 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 All right, your first saints, Flavian. Look at this.
As the first member of his family later in his lifetime, Vespasian's renown came from his military success. He was legate legio to Augusta during the Roman invasion of Britain in 43 and subjugated Judea during the Jewish rebellion in 66 under Nero. One time during Nero's reign, Nero was having a concert where he was putting on a show and being the singer and actor. And he was on his show for hours. He would do this. He would have these psychopathic moments where he would try to impress everybody. Vespasian started to nod off because he was bored. He was trying to fall asleep. He'd have been dead on the spot. Because Vespasian was the highest ranking military leader, and he needed Vespasian to run the army and to go in Judea, he couldn't do anything about it. So instead, he made him leave Rome. After all, Vespasian subdued all of Gaul, most of northern Africa, with the help of Nerva. So Nero couldn't do anything about Vespasian, even if he wanted to. Sure enough, the eastern part of the empire is starting to fall into war. The Judeans are revolting, so are the Syrians and the Galileans, and Vespasian is called out of exile to go and subdue the Jews. So Vespasian and his son Titus go and subdue Syria in Galilee. And just as Vespasian is going to make his way down to Jerusalem, he gets a letter from a Jew living in Jerusalem named Johanan, who's the high priest of the Jews. Now, Johanan wants to meet him and talk to him and discuss plans and make a deal, in which Vespasian agrees. So
we just read that account in that article. Same account. Look at it.
Johanan has to sneak out of Jerusalem. The Sicarii were controlling Israel at this time, especially Jerusalem, and they were definitely controlling Egypt too. The high priest couldn't even do anything or go anywhere without hearing from them first. And all the problems that are happening are because of these Sicarii. The Sicarii are these Jewish rebels, extremely fundamentalists religiously, and they think that it's Messiah's coming and the Messiah is going to save them from Rome. Israel's going to establish the kingdom of heaven. And the high priest Johanan is more of a moderate when it comes to his ideas. He knows this is all wacky. And he knows that all these problems that are stemming from these Sicarii could be squashed if he makes a deal with Vespasian. Nero has already been assassinated. Galba has already taken over. He's been assassinated. Otho also has been assassinated. 3 emperors are now down. And we have a 4th emperor now, Vitellius, who is emperor of Rome. And that makes Vespasian the next in line to be emperor. But he doesn't think anything of it. He's just going to do what he's told and be the military commander that he's supposed to be. So here we got the Talmud. It gives us a brief description of the meeting between Vespasian and high priest Johanan. So he goes and meets Johanan. He's got his son there, and Johanan has to sneak out of Israel. He has to pretend he's a dead body. So in the 3rd order of Nashim, in the 6th tractate called Gizon, there's an interesting verse from Rabbi Johanan where he talks about Nero and says that he shot an arrow in every direction, north, south, east, west, and every time the arrow landed, it pointed towards Jerusalem. And they were basically saying this was some sort of prophecy of the fall of Jerusalem. Fast forward a little bit, Nero's dead. Three emperors later, Vespasian is about to siege. He's got his son Titus with him. He's got armies from Galilee with him. There were zealots in the city, also known as the Sicarii. So the rabbis said, let us make peace with the Romans. And the zealots wouldn't let them. Rather, they say, let us make war against them. The rabbi said, it will not work. So the zealots went and set fire to the stores of wheat and barley, causing a famine. The father of Zachari, leader of the zealots, was the son of Rabban Yohanan ben Zakki's sister. Johanan sent for him to come in secret. When he arrived, Johanan said to him, how long are you going to carry on like this and kill everyone by famine? Father Zachari replied, what can I do? If I say anything, my followers will kill me. Johanan said, if only I can get out of Jerusalem, I might be able to have something, to save something. Father Zachari said, put about a rumor that you are sick, and let people come and inquire about you. Then fetch some decaying material, spread it over you, have it say that you have died. Let your disciples carry you, but no one else, since they might notice that a living body is lighter than a corpse. He did so. Rabbi Eliezer bore him on one side, and Rabbi Joshua on the other. When they arrived at the gate, the zealots on guard wanted to pierce the buyer with a sword. The disciples objected. The Romans will say they pierced their master. The zealots then wanted to jostle the buyer. The disciples objected. The Romans will say they jostled the master. They opened the gate. The plan worked. When Rabbi Johanan arrived in Vespasian's presence, he said, hail, O king, hail, O king. Vespasian said, you are deserving of death on 2 counts. First, I am not the king, and you have addressed me as king. Second, if I were the king, why did you not come and pay your respects earlier? The typical Roman emperor psychopath. So Johanan says, you say that you are not king, but you certainly are king. For if you were not king, Jerusalem could fall into your hands, as it is written. The Lebanon shall fall by a mighty one, Isaiah 10:34. A mighty one implies a king, as it is written. His mighty one shall be of his own, Jeremiah 31. Lebanon refers to the temple, as it is written. The good mountain and the Lebanon, Deuteronomy 3:25. As to your asking if you were king, why did I not come and pay my respects earlier? That is because the zealots among us would not let me come until now. So Vespasian is kind of sitting there thinking deeply of how to respond to this. He's the wise. He wants to, he's trying to show these Jews. He knows these Jews are wise. He's read the scripture. He has the Greek Septuagint. He actually is very fond of them, by the way. Based on other historians' accounts, Vespasian is in love with the Jewish lore. So he says, if you had a barrel of honey and a snake was after it, would you not smash the barrel and get rid of the snake? Rabbi Johanan fell silent. Rabbi Yosef, or perhaps Rabbi Akiva, commented, who turns sages back and make nonsense of their knowledge? Isaiah 44. He should have said, we fetch tongs, seize the snake and kill it, and leave the barrel unharmed. Meanwhile, at this very moment, this is where shit gets crazy. A messenger came from Rome and said, arise, Caesar is dead, and the great men of Rome want to make you leader. It was at that exact moment when Vespasian got the news that he is now the Caesar of Rome, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the King of the world. Vespasian has all power to do whatever he wants at that moment while he's talking to Rabbi John. So Vespasian had put on one boot. He wanted to put the other one on, but it wouldn't fit. He tried to remove the first, but it wouldn't come off. He said, what is going on? Johanan said, don't worry. You have received good news, as it is written. Good news puts on fat on the bones. Proverbs 15:30. The word in Greek used here would be evangelion, good news. Vespasian says, so what should I do? Johanan says,
now he buttering dude up, ain't he? Everything that happened to Vespasian, he's like, oh yeah, that's prophecy. Oh yeah, that's prophecy. That right there. Oh yeah, that's prophecy. You can't, yeah. This is the same dude. This is the father of rabbinical Judaism. There will be none of that. There will be none of that as you know today. Had not he got snuck out of Jerusalem in a casket. And basically stroke this nigga's ego. And he's applying all these scriptures to him, the destroyers of Jerusalem. Look at him.
Bring someone you dislike and let him pass before you, as it is written. Despondency dries up the bones. Proverbs 17:22. Vespasian did as advised, and it worked. Vespasian, as you are so clever, why did you not come to me until now? Johanan says, didn't I tell you? Vespasian says, and didn't I tell you? Anyway, I am leaving now, and I will send someone else to continue the siege. My only son, Titus Flavius Vespasian, the same name as me, who's come.
Titus Flavius Vespasian, the same name as his father. He came in his father's name, and he's the official destroyer of Jerusalem, whose right-hand man was a who? A Jew. A Jew, Tiberius Julius Alexander, nephew to Philo, brother-in-law to mattress back Bernice, an Herodian. All these cats tied in, they all got Roman citizenship, and they collect taxes for the Romans, and they, dripping in money. So all this is in the Talmud. A lot of y'all probably didn't even know that. This conversation between Vespasian and the rabbi is in the Talmud. This is in the Talmud. So that means these cats that study the oral tradition, such as the Zion Lex, knows this. That's in the Talmud. Wow.
Coming in the name of his father who sent him. What would you like me to grant you? Johanan says, give me Yavne and its sages, spare the family of Rabban Gamaliel, and provide doctors of Rabbi Zadok. Interesting enough, Rabbi Gamaliel is supposed to be the teacher of Paul, which I think is very interesting, that this is all kind of ties itself into each other. It makes it super compelling, this whole story right here. Because all of these prophecies that they're saying are for Vespasian, later on Christians say are for Jesus Christ. But here, in the moment, these rabbis are saying that these prophecies are for Vespasian, whose son takes on the will of his father and inherits the kingdom. So this was some sort of divine moment for Vespasian, and he kind of looks at the Jews now as important prophets. And I think this made him more aware of who the presence of the Jews are. I think it made him inquire more into their scripture. And he takes Josephus as a slave and brings him back to Rome. He tells Josephus that I want the Jewish history, I want your history of the world to replace the Greek history of the world. So no longer is Solon and Minos the lawgivers. No longer is Kronos the Father God. But no, it is the Elohim, Jehovah, who is the Father God now. And it was also in the same exact time period where the Oracle of Delphi proclaimed that the great Pan is dead, which is Jupiter. So now we're seeing the Roman imperial cult starting to adopt these foreign deities with Mithra, but Sarapis is becoming the chief deity of the Romans, of the Roman imperial cult. Sarapis and Isis. Sarapis is Osiris and Apis, the bull, combined into one god. He's an amalgamation of many gods. He actually was invented under successors of Alexander the Great.
So they've been inventing gods. You know what I mean? Sarapis was Jesus Christ before the Council of Nicaea. Yep. And when you're dealing with the Greek Septuagint, they also produced a god with that. So with the translation of the Hebrew history into Greek, had to be Hellenistic Hebrews or Jews or whatever. With that came an amalgamated god named Sarapis. Osiris and Apis, the bull, together make Sarapis. An image was made to this nigga, priesthood, rites, ceremonies, all that. With this new Greek version of the Hebrew Bible called the Septuagint, came a priesthood, a god, a savior, rites, ceremonies, sacrifices, the whole nine. That's what was going on. That's what was going on. Look at it.
Who identified him as Father Libre or Pater Liber. And Alexander the Great was actually, his tomb was actually in the house of Sarapis in Egypt. So right after this happened, Titus takes over the role of his father, and he's the one who lays siege on Jerusalem, does what his father's will. But Vespasian goes to Egypt before he goes back to Rome. This is what happens in Egypt. During the next month, Vespasian spent at Alexandria, waiting for the regular season of the summer winds to ensure a safe voyage back to Rome. There occurred many miraculous events, manifesting the goodwill of heaven and a certain favor of providence towards him. At Alexandria, a commoner whose eyes were well known to have wasted away on the advice of Sarapis, who the superstitious people, known as the Christians, worship as their chief god, fell at Vespasian's.
The Christians, you see? Christians who worship Sarapis. The Christians, not the Christians, the Christians. They were the Christians before the Christians. Got to get into the history. You start seeing all type of stuff unfold. Like, man, hold on, bro.
His feet, demanding sobs of a cure for his blindness, and imploring that the emperor would deign to moisten his eyes and eyeballs with the spittle from his mouth.
You see that? So that's a story about Jesus in the Bible curing the blind man. But it's recorded in Cornelius Tacitus' writings about Vespasian, Titus and Vespasian, that one of them did that. One of them did that up under the worship of Sarapis. Healed the blind. Wow, man.
Another man, maimed hand, also inspired by Sarapis, besought Vespasian to imprint his footmark on it. So these people who are later actually identified as Christians, according to the Augusta, they have so much faith in Sarapis, who they think that Vespasian is the Messiah of Sarapis, the mediator between.
So much faith in Sarapis that they believe Vespasian is the Messiah. And they were called Christians. And he's doing the same miracle that Jesus did in healing the blind, the same process and everything that he did in the Gospels. He did. Hey, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Look at this.
Between Sarapis and the men. He's the Son of Man in a way. So they have all this. They have so much faith that they think that Vespasian can heal their blindness and sickness. And some of them actually, he was successful. At first, Vespasian laughed at them and refused, but they insisted. He half feared a reputation for gullibility, but was half moved to hope by their petition and their flattery of his courtiers. He eventually told the doctors to form an opinion whether such cases of blindness and deformity could be remedied by human aid. The doctor discussed the question. This might be the will of heaven, and the emperor had perhaps been chosen to be the divine instrument. This convinced Vespasian that there was no limits to his destiny. Nothing now seemed incredible. To the great excitement of the bystanders, he stepped forward with a smile on his face and did as the men desired him. Immediately the hand recovered its function, and daylight shone once more in the blind man's eyes. Those who were present still attest both miracles today, when there is nothing to gain by lying. This occurrence deepened Vespasian's desire to visit the holy place and consult Sarapis about the fortunes of the.
Man, so healings and all type of stuff going on. I'm like, hold on, what? Man, look.
Empire. He gave orders that no one else to be allowed in the temple, and went in. While absorbed in the devotions, he saw behind him an Egyptian noble named Basilides, who he knew to be lying ill several days' journey from Alexandria. He inquired of the priest whether Basilides had entered the temple that day. He inquired of everyone he met whether he had been seen in the city. Eventually, he sent some horsemen who discovered that the time Basilides had been 80 miles away. Vespasian therefore took what he had seen for a divine apparition, and from the name Basilides deduced the tenor of the oracle's response. The origins of the god Sarapis have not been conveyed in any authorities. The priests of Egypt give the following account of King Clement, first of the Macedonians under Alexander the Great. So there you have it. Vespasian, who is told by the Jews that he's the coming Messiah. He's going to save Jerusalem from the evil, wicked Sicarii. It's sort of an inverse of the New Testament, because in the New Testament, It's the zealots who are against the Pharisees, and they sort of, in a weird way, welcome the Romans to take down the temple. So there's definitely some connections here, and it's something I'm going to further investigate. Titus Caesar ends up fulfilling all that is prophesied about the fall of the temple. His brother also is emperor for a few years after that, and then later on, Constantine takes on the Flavian name. He's the one who establishes Christianity as the state religion. Later on, Vespasian and Titus have a triumph in Rome, where they show the menorah, the tabernacle, and they show it off as the prize of the war against Judea.
Wow, there it is.
Right around the late 1st century and early 2nd century, people start talking about the Christians. We got Tacitus, who has his account of the fire burning in Rome. People assume that these are the Christians that we know about today, following Jesus Christ. And it could be true. However, there's other sources of Christians that come from Sarapis, who we just talked about. Here's a connection between Sarapis and Christ. This is a quote from a Roman historian in the Augusta. He says to Servianus under the Emperor Hadrian, "The land of Egypt, the praises of which you have been recounting to me, my dear Servianus, I have found to be wholly light-minded, unstable, and blown about by every breath of rumor. There are those who worship Sarapis are in fact Christians, and those who call themselves bishops of Christ."
Hold on, boy. Hold on. See, that's where it gets real Mickey and tricky at right there, man. Augustan history. The land of Egypt, the praises of which you have been recounting to me, my dear Servianus, I have found to be wholly light-minded, unstable, and blown about by every breath of rumor. Sound like Paul, blown about every wind of doctrine. There those who worship Sarapis, which is Apis the bull and Osiris together is an amalgamated god that was created. It's a savior that was created once the Greek version of the Old Testament came out, called the Septuagint, in Egypt. A priesthood and all that came with this. Those who worship Sarapis are in fact Christians. And those who call themselves bishops of Christ are in fact devotees of Sarapis. There is no chief of the Jewish synagogue, no Samaritan, no Christian presbyter who is not an astrologer, a soothsayer, or an anointer. Even the patriarch himself, when he comes to Egypt, is forced by some to worship Sarapis, by others to worship Christ. You know what you're dealing with? You know who you worshiping? I hear a lot of mealy mouth misfits, man. The angel of the presence is this thing. Oh, that's irrelevant if you worship the angel. You worship the Lord. You worship a God, a Lord, a Savior, any of that. We over here talking about the ever-present creator, the always was, is, and never shall be. We not talking about worshiping no God. So it don't matter if the angel of the presence is Yahshua or Michael or Metatron. If he's worshipped, he's false. Now, every God, Savior, and angel that's sent by the Creator is simply your big brother or sister sent to raise you up, assist you in your resurrection. Ain't got nothing to do with works. Don't even want your prayers. That right there just said that those that's into Sarapis worship are Christians. That's what that is. Because it's really the same system. They just refurbished it a little taste and came on back outside with it. It's the same thing. Wow.
Are in fact devotees of Sarapis. There is no chief of the Jewish synagogue, no Samaritan, no Christian presbyter who is not an astrologer, a soothsayer, or an anointer. Even the patriarch himself, when comes to Egypt, is forced by some to worship Sarapis, by others to worship Christ. So here we have a direct connection between Sarapis worship, the Roman imperial cult, Judaism, and Christianity.
Good night, boy.
The Jews being mono.
Good night, good night, good night, good night, boy. That's some serious stuff there. That is some serious stuff there, boy. That is some serious stuff there. Did y'all understand what you, if you understood that, throw some tools up in the chat, man. I want to make sure y'all understanding what we going through here. What is we going through?
I am Bernice, daughter of Herod, princess of the eastern lands. My family are loyal servants of the Roman Empire, collecting taxes for the Caesar. But the reign of one of Rome's most decadent Caesars, the madman Nero, inspired a great disloyalty within me. For I believe that Nero's hedonistic indiscretion brought a curse on the entire Roman Empire in the form of a powerful uprising of the zealot Jews of Judea. Now, I am proud that my grandmother was a Jewess from the family Maccabees, the lineage from which the Jews' Messiah, or Savior, was prophesied to come. But these revolting zealot Jews believed in a violent, militant Savior who would come to defeat the Romans. And their latest in a string of messiahs, Eleazar, was wreaking chaos throughout the empire. Eleazar and his followers defaced my family's palaces. They raided my grandfather's tomb. And finally, they succeeded in burning Rome itself. They had to be stopped. Our only hope was General Vespasian of the family Flavians. Being Rome's leading general for...
Oh, no. The only hope. Look at Mattress Back. Mattress Back like Titus is the Savior. Mattress Back is telling you that Titus is the Savior. She's an Herodian. She was the one married to Tiberius Alexander's brother, Marcus Alexander, the nephews of Philo. No, these cats connected.
For years, he had already crushed a religious uprising in Gaul and Brittany, completely annihilating the Druids there. So Nero...
Cal, you crazy, boy. Bernice Thoughtmus Maximus. The ultimate thought. Hey, that's funny, man. Yeah, she was old. She was Mattress Back. She was a swivel hip heifer. She was very loose, man. Some say she was hitting her brother, too.
Called upon Vespasian to obliterate the Jewish uprising in Judea. But Vespasian had ambitions of his own to take the throne from the detestable Nero. And I, at the risk of Nero's vengeance...
Hey, big homie, Thomas Prime. Bernice was sexy red back.
Pledged my family's support to Vespasian and to his family Flavians, who, if successful, would take their place among the gods. Oh, for that I have been called harlot, mistress, and concubine.
I've been called harlot, mistress, and mattress back. And concubine. Man, this is funny, man. Hey, again, they all connected. And this is how the Gospels come out.
By jealous, ignorant plebeians. And I admit to having flirted with the attentions of Vespasian, whose strength and military power I recognize.
Look at her. She's like, what kind of a man? Looking at
recognized and respected. But it was the talents of his son, Titus Flavius, that not only captured my heart and my loyalty, but inspired within me the ambition to become wife of a Caesar. So, Vespasian began the campaign against the uprising Jews. He then returned to Rome, was successfully crowned Caesar, and rightly took his place among the gods. It was then Titus who waged battle after battle, demolishing the Jewish rebellion completely and declaring himself the son of a god.
Wow. Because you know those Caesars were deified. Vespasian was considered God, so Titus would be the son of a god in the name of his father. It's great. The parallels are crazy, man.
When the Jews refused to worship him, Titus razed the Temple of Jerusalem. He succeeded in capturing their Messiah, Eleazar, and he had him crucified.
Right, so it's a gang of the brothers was crucified back then. It's a gang of them, man. You feel me? Watch this.
Thereafter, I began living in the Roman palace.
Look at little mattress back. Look at her. She say, look, after the war, just like Josephus. After the war, they all got hooked up. They on pensions and they got their own apartments and the royal palace. They all got citizenship. Josephus getting lands without taxing. He getting women and divorcing them and getting more women and having children. And man, hey, the good life, huh? But look at her. No mattress back.
Working closely with both Vespasian and Titus, and the greatest intellectuals and scientists of all of Rome, some of which were Jews. We sought to come up with a plan that would once and for all keep the Jews of Judea pacified.
So what plan you think that is? To keep the Jews of Judea pacified. What plan are the Jewish and Roman aristocracy sitting down in Rome, in the Flavian court, coming up with to pacify this war or this uprising spirit that would not stop amongst the Judeans? What do you think that is? Watch this.
Ensuring that they remain obedient Roman citizens. It was then that my knowledge of the typology used in Jewish literature would become useful, together with the great scholar Pliny the Elder.
Not Pliny the Elder. Over that word typology again. Now he compared Moses with Jesus and same order, slaughter of the innocent, waters, salvation, 40 years in the wilderness, 40 days fast, and on down the line, right? She was trained in typology. Bernice was, she was a Herodian princess, educated by Romans. Watch this.
We conspired to create the story of a pacifistic Jewish Messiah who had already come.
Wow. Wow. Look at this.
And who taught the Jews to turn the other cheek and give to Caesar what is Caesar's. We used this Jewish typology, a type of symbolism, to construct the life of this Messiah out of the events of each of Titus's battle campaigns.
Y'all hear that? So, back to the beginning of it, dealing with Caesar's Messiah, saying that the Gospels are a product of the Flavian imperial court. And Jewish and Roman aristocracies and intellectuals collaborated together to produce what's called the Gospels in order to water down the rebellious uprising spirit that's amongst the Judean zealots against Rome. And they drew it up. They drew it up to where the ministry of this passive Messiah would match the military campaign of Titus, thus making Titus Messiah, who came in his father's name, who was deified by the Roman Senate. And every stop from the Sea of Galilee to the Battle of Gadara with demons and going into the pigs, all the way down to Jerusalem, even the sequential order. Yeah. After a while, you can't make none of it up. Can't make none of it up. It ain't no coincidence after a while. It's like, nah, bro, you got to call that up. You got to call a spade a spade. Look at this.
Thereby memorializing Titus as the true savior of Rome.
Why is that hard to believe? Didn't Josephus say it? Didn't Rabbi Johanan Zakkai say it? Didn't Tacitus say it? Didn't Suetonius say it? They all said it. They said, no, that's about Vespasian and his government. The prophecies in the Hebrew Bible. Wow.
For all posterity and convincing the whole.
Well, how do you make his ministry match? You would have had to been there to detail his ministry everywhere he stopped it, and then wrote what you call the Gospels after you documented the military campaign of Titus. Then you write that. Wow.
Whole world to embrace Caesar's Messiah.
Man, that stuff crazy, B. That stuff is crazy, B. Feel me? That stuff is crazy, man. That stuff is crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, show y'all something real quick. Where my stuff at? No, right here. Show y'all something real quick, man. We win show. Everywhere we win show. I don't know what nobody else talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, player. Is that it? No. That was a crazy story right there. All right, I gotta go back into my whatchamacallit then. Give me 1 second, fam. Man, understanding going out though. If y'all getting some understanding, throw a vortex up in the chat. You know what I mean? Let me show y'all this other thing I got working on that I'm been working on. I've been reading this other piece of work that's pretty fascinating. I see y'all in the building. Let me get the rest of this stuff pull up real quick. There it is. Bing. Let me show y'all something. We got vortices up in the chat. All right. Yeah, little mattress back was out of control, man. Mattress back was out of control, y'all. You dig? Okay, bang, hurricane, bang. All right, so look, let's show this. We're probably gonna land our plane right here. Let's show this. Y'all can see what's going on. I see y'all in the building. All right, show that right there. All right, this is where we going to. Yeah, I got that. So what is y'all doing? There we go. Stop playing with me. All right, this right here, y'all, is a powerful read. I would suggest y'all jump down on this. Man, a lot of this stuff is irrefutable, man. When you get into it, you like, hold on, I keep running into this. All right, so the name of this book is called Creating Christ, How Roman Emperors Invented Christianity by James S. Valiant and C.W. Fay. All right, these are the table of contents. I mean, we can always come back, y'all, and dive through deeper portions of this. You got Josephus in the New Testament. You got the Flavian testimony for Christ, engineering of religion, references, map, timeline, family tree. It get deep, right? I want to read a little bit of the introduction and then get into some of these symbols. You know what I mean? The dolphin and the anchor and the cross and all that. You kind of see exactly what's going on with that. But again, this is a magnificent. It's a magnificent book. You feel me? I got to keep it solid with you. And I thought Caesar's Messiah was a very, very good book. But this one right here is a little more thorough. It's a little more thorough, this one. Yeah. So I would suggest y'all get that. All right. Let's go down to this introduction for a quick second, and then we're going to jump. And then I'm going to read a little bit of that, and then we're going to jump down. All right. Introduction. Religious fanatics from the Middle East are waging an assault on Western civilization and have just struck a demoralizing blow to the very capital of foreign decadence. Okay. Leery of war with an entire people, the West acknowledges only advocates of peace to be true followers of the terrorist religion. Indeed, Western leaders proclaim that their attackers' own dogma commands peace. The year is 66 CE. The civilization under attack, the Roman Empire, and the terrorists, an ancient fanatical sect of Judaism. Wow. Wow. Today, religious intolerance is readily associated with Islam. Before the last 2 or 3 centuries, however, Christianity was used to justify the same practices. Y'all heard this? Y'all heard this? The same practices. Heretics were burned alive. Holy inquisitions tortured and executed those suspected of deviant beliefs. Priceless books were lost to posterity. Pagan temples and art were destroyed, and sacrilegious sex acts were punished with death. For many centuries, Europe was plagued with brutal and bloody wars, waged decade after decade merely between different sects of what? Christianity. Christianity. On a scale of sheer insanity, those atrocities equal any committed in the name of Islam today. Predating both Christianity and Islam, however, monotheistic Jews in the 1st century divided into querulous factions and rebelled against their ruthless Roman conquerors, ultimately ignited the First Jewish War and altering the course of Western civilization forever. Forever. By the middle of the 1st century CE, the Romans had carved out an empire through conquest stretching from Spain to Turkey and from Egypt to the Scottish border. Cosmopolitan, multinational, and multi-ethnic, Rome was at first a religiously diverse leviathan that endured through its military skills, no doubt, but also through its political genius. One way the Roman Empire tried to integrate its many diverse peoples was by actively supporting local religions and cultural traditions. Romans were not only allowed, but built temples to regional gods and shrines that embraced their various theologies. Within the hierarchy of official Roman state religion, both local and Roman deities were venerated together. Both local and Roman deities were venerated together. Inscriptions throughout the empire record their side-by-side worship, including dedications made by wealthy or political Romans to a number of regional gods. At the empire's zenith, a wide variety of international deities were worshipped by Romans of all classes and sexes, even in the capital city of Rome itself. The most remote provinces saw alien cults emerge that had first developed thousands of miles away in some distant part of the empire. Deities such as the Egyptian Isis and Sarapis and Cybele from present-day Turkey. At this time, religion and politics were one, and the Romans' policy of religious tolerance proved to be a political advantage that helped their empire endure for centuries. Strict monotheism of Judaism, however, would present Roman policy with its greatest challenge. At first, cultural and religious compromises with the Jews were attempted. such as the granting of special exemptions from the public worship of Roman state deities. However, so strict had the traditions of Jewish monotheism become that any cultural integration was emotionally repulsive, pollution to many pious Jews. Meanwhile, many Romans developed an ugly anti-Semitism as they accused Jews of being antisocial, haters of all humanity. Violent conflict, religious, cultural, political, and military was inevitable. The first Roman census and tax in Judea immediately resulted in the emergence of rebel groups. Soon as you tax them, because when you start taxing folks to live, then that's, that means they're forever in bondage to you. So naturally, rebel groups gonna form. Who the ancient historian Josephus went so far as to label philosophical innovators, although they are more properly understood as extreme cultural conservatives within Judaism. They were resisting what was in their eyes the corrupting influence of foreign paganism. Violent conflict between Jews and Greeks exploded in Alexandria during the reign of notorious Emperor Caligula during the 1st century. In the reign of his successor Claudius, still more violent disturbances between Romans and Messianic Jews erupted in the capital of Rome itself, as we will see. In the end, 2 prolonged bloody wars were fought in Judea in the 1st and 2nd centuries, wars that cost hundreds of thousands of lives, the enslavement of thousands more, the complete and final destruction of the Jewish temple at Jerusalem, and the legal expulsion of the Jews from Judea that extended the diaspora for 2,000 years. Though obscured by the passage of time, the conflict between Romans and Jews was a cultural and military cataclysm that would reverberate through the centuries to this day. Let's jump down. I want to show y'all some of these symbols. Flavian symbols, that is. Crazy. Introduction, long as a mother. All right, right here, part 1, dolphin and anchor. These are Christian symbols. These was on some of the Roman coins before Christianity was even established. Yeah. Dolphin and anchor. All right, here we go. At the center of Christianity, according to the first 3 Gospels, Jesus Christ seems to have made an impossible mistake. While only God knew the precise date, Jesus proclaimed that the Messiah, the Son of Man, in great power and glory, would return within the lives of some of the people listening to him. This strange misstatement has caused consternation almost since the expiration date of this prophecy passed. But was it a mistake? What if we take Jesus Christ at his word? In his prophecy, Jesus links the blessed event of his second coming with the destruction of Jerusalem and its famous temple, which we know did in fact occur within his prophecy's time span. Both events are predicted by Jesus to transpire definitively within the living memory of those to whom he made these predictions. Jesus even accurately describes the future Jewish war that would begin in 66 and correlates it to the destruction of the temple that was to signal his return in power and glory. Ooh-wee. This generation shall not pass till all be fulfilled. A generation in them days is 40 years. The verbal description of the war that Jesus renders in the Gospels eerily mirrors that given by the historian Flavians. There go them Flavians, man. By the historian Flavius Josephus of the actual events 40 years later as the Roman general and future emperor Titus fulfilled Jesus' prophecy. Right down to the armies in the clouds that Jesus foretold would appear in the sky before that brutal war's final siege and the temple's destruction. We read about the armies in the sky from Cornelius Tacitus. The Gospels were written after, listen, y'all, see, it ain't hard if you just pay attention. The Gospels were written after the temple was demolished and the Flavian generals, Vespasian and his son Titus, rose from the east to become emperors of Rome and rule the world as a new era of peace did. In fact, return a Pax Romana. In short, the Jewish prophecy of the Messiah had been fulfilled, and so had the prophecy of Jesus. Moreover, the Roman emperors Vespasian and Titus openly proclaimed that they were the messiahs of Jewish prophecy. Didn't we read it? From Josephus to Rabbi Johanan down to Tacitus, down to Suetonius. Vespasian and the son Titus fulfill all that. That's crazy, man. As part of their official propaganda and imperial cult. Okay, it says right here, the Roman emperors Vespasian and Titus openly proclaimed that they were the messiahs of Jewish prophecy as part of their official propaganda and imperial cult. Few today realize that even important Jewish leaders at the time, officially, if not always sincerely, recognize these pagan Romans as messiahs. We have no king but Caesar. It is. And that's John 19 and 15. Look at this. Was their arrival in power and glory as princes of peace the advent of Jesus' prophecy? Or is it possible that Jesus' prophecy was written while these Flavian emperors ruled in order to prove their messianic pretensions after they had conquered Judea? It's one or the other, yo. It's one or the other. Either it was all backdated or Jesus is talking about Titus. Jesus predicted Titus would come within that generation, the Son of Man. Was their arrival in power and glory as princes of peace the advent of Jesus' prophecy? Or is it possible that Jesus' prophecy was written? Listen, y'all. Was written while these Flavian emperors ruled in order to prove their messianic pretensions after they had conquered Judea. Yeah, backdated. In either case, Jesus' prediction in the New Testament may not be the mistake many assume it to be after all. For decades, based on the striking possibility suggested by this historical coincidence, we searched for further links between the Flavian dynasty and the formation of Christianity. In the process, we found so many connections that they exceeded our most outlandish expectations. At first, we were struck by the sheer quantity of what is, or what in this light appears to be, Roman propaganda in the Gospels themselves. Not only does Jesus advocate peace with Rome in an age of Israelite rebellion, even calling for the payment of taxes, but he acknowledges the faith of a Roman centurion with his most lavish praise. Indeed, the New Testament thoroughly removes the special status of Hebrews as God's chosen people altogether and opens to the whole world the worship of the Jewish God. Writing in the years just before the outbreak of the First Jewish War, St. Paul himself identifies political rebellion as a sin in the New Testament and proclaims that submission to the Roman government is obedience to God and his own appointed agents on earth. According to the Gospels, Jesus not only calls for an end to the contemporary purity regulations that so alienated Jews from the pagan world, as does St. Paul, but Pontius Pilate, the Roman emperor at the trial of Jesus, vividly washes the Romans' hands of any culpability for his crucifixion. And as readers will see at every turn, Christ's own story seems to have been shaped by the Roman political agenda at the time. Ball game, boy. Ball game. Look at this. Just how much of the New Testament comprises such pro-Roman propaganda, it soon became obvious while searching for an exception to the startlingly pro-Roman attitude in the New Testament that there is no exception anywhere to be found. Most people today do not know that the writing of the Gospels has been dated to the era of the Flavian dynasty of Roman rulers who rose to power after crushing the massive rebellion, the massive religion-inspired rebellion of Messianic Jews, some 40 years after the alleged death of Jesus. Most Christians are also unaware that close friends of these Flavian rulers appear in the New Testament itself, or that the oldest Christian catacombs were the original burial site of the Flavian Emperor Vespasian's granddaughter, the niece of the Emperor Titus, his son, or that her husband would be counted among the first popes of the first Christian church in Rome. Y'all, we talking about Flavia Domitilla and Clement. Or that her husband would be counted among the first popes of the first Christian church in Rome. All of this evidence, when unflinchingly placed together in its historical context, context suggests what is today considered completely impossible, that Christianity is somehow intertwined with Imperial Rome. I know, don't spill your coffee. Don't spill your coffee. And yet actual physical evidence directly linking the Flavian dynasty to Christianity had never been shown to exist and continued to elude us during 3 decades of research. With all the propaganda typically generated by Roman emperors, it seems certain that if such a radical hypothesis were correct, at least some physical link between Flavian emperors and Christianity must have survived even after the many centuries during which evidence could have been lost or purposely destroyed. An imperial Roman form of Christianity may have been aimed at a specific audience, and it may have been only a single aspect of their propaganda. But if the inference were correct, we realize that some visual trace should remain even to this day. Of course, all of the Flavian temples have been demolished, and the vast majority of documents from the era have disintegrated. Surely, however, some coins, a leading device used by Romans to promote their political objectives, must have endured to reveal this connection, if it in fact existed. Unfortunately, scattered across museums and catalogs previously isolated in libraries and universities and in segregated collections around the world, a complete inventory of Roman coins was not readily available to us until the advent of the internet. Ooh-wee. It was then, after 3 decades of looking, without knowing in advance what the coin we were searching for would look like, we found it. Look at this, y'all. And this is it. It is a coin issued in the millions by the Flavian Emperor Titus. By the millions. And if y'all ever watched that show, 30 Coins on HBO, it's Titus. There he is. That's the coin they all fighting for. And all type of crazy demonic stuff happening. They need these 30 coins that supposedly it was given to Judas to sell out Jesus. You dig? But Vespasian or Titus or Vespasian wasn't even in power yet. So I find it crazy that the series 30 Coins on HBO have coins of Vespasian and Titus on there. Look at these coins. Look at this. And this is it. It is a coin issued in the millions by the Flavian Emperor Titus, who conquered Jerusalem and sacked the temple just as Jesus had prophesied. The symbol it bears, a dolphin, wrapped around and anchored. It is the very symbol Christians used to symbolize Christ for the first 3 centuries before the Emperor Constantine replaced it with the symbol of the cross. How many of y'all knew that? How many of y'all knew that? This was, before it was the cross, it was this. It was the dolphin and the anchor. Right on the coin, boy. Now, how does this become your first Christian symbol? And it's the symbol that the man who destroyed Jerusalem uses on his coins. The symbol it bears, a dolphin wrapped around an anchor. It is the very symbol Christians used to symbolize Christ for the first 3 centuries, before the Emperor Constantine replaced it with the symbol of the cross. On the left is the Roman coin of the Emperor Titus. That's on 30 coins. All right. And on the right is the original symbol of Jesus Christ. There it is. Ball game, baby. Ball game. Ball game. Somebody better tell these young boys that I do's this. You better tell them the credit gang outside, man. We do's this. What are you talking about? How do they have the same exact symbol? How? Coin of the 1st century. Flavian Emperor Titus left in the middle, and the symbol of Jesus Christ used by Christians for the first 3 centuries to the right. There it is right there. There it is right there. Still a coinky dink? Still a coinky dink? Man, look. I don't think we really realize how deep this thing go, man. The one on the left is the coin of Titus. The one on the right is a coin representing Jesus Christ. Representing Jesus Christ. Y'all see that? Oh, if y'all see that, give me a 4 up in the chat, man. 4 for the tribe, man. 4 for the tribe. Right? You got the Flavian emperor Titus on the left. The first 2 on the left is Titus, front and back. The one on the right is a coin that represents Jesus Christ in the first 3 centuries. It's identical. Y'all ain't no getting around none of that. Flavians gave you your literature, gave you your symbols, gave you your catacombs. Your first Christian saints of Flavian Domitilla. Titus, Flavius, Clement. Somebody better tell these young boys that we do's this. We talking about her. Look at it. Look what happened. It's a good book. I advise y'all. I suggest y'all get this one. Creating Christ is a good one. Dang. Look at it. We had to study the entire literary, historical, archaeological, and numismatic context of Christianity for 30 years, for 3 decades, before we could even recognize this coin as the evidence we were looking for. This is the first time such evidence has been presented side by side, boy. Irrefutable. Because you can't go prove that's not a pre-Constantine symbol of Jesus Christ. You gonna prove it? Ask him about that dolphin and that ankle. Like, damn, okay, that's an image of Jesus Christ or Christianity before the cross, before Constantine said it was the cross. All right, why the hell is that on the back of Titus Flavius Vespasian Caesar's coin? Damn. Look at this. As mentioned, this coin was the last piece of the puzzle to fall into place after years of research. It filled the final gap in a mosaic. That it would be so conclusive a link between the Flavians and Christianity as to be a literal match was astonishing even to us. This book will fill in the rest of the mosaic of evidence that led us to this coin as we explore the startling truth that it reveals about the origins of Christianity. Boy, dang, man. I mean, say it ain't so, Malaki. Look at this. How could Christians represent themselves with any symbol stamped on the coins of a Roman emperor while those coins were still circulating throughout Rome? How is it possible that the first symbol they chose to represent Jesus Christ was used by a Roman emperor? Y'all better leave me alone, man. Look at this. The very emperor who fulfilled Jesus' prophecy by destroying the Jewish temple and who proclaimed himself to be the Jewish Messiah. Let us assume at the start that Jesus was correct in his otherwise baffling prophecy. Let us assume that he did not make a mistake and that he meant exactly what is recorded in the Gospels. If Jesus did indeed return to punish the Jews who unjustly rejected and killed him to sack their temple within the lifetime of those who heard Jesus foretell it, then he must have returned as who? Vespasian and Titus. Sit your monkey ass down, man. He did come back to rule the world just as he foretold as the Roman emperors who fulfilled both Jewish and Christian prophecy by bringing a new era of peace to the war-torn world. If a final end of days is still pending, the glorious second coming predicted by Jesus has come and gone nearly 2,000 years ago. Rapture at any moment, huh? I'm rapture ready. Good night, man. The simultaneous existence of more than one Messiah, or indeed more than one manifestation of God, may strike some readers as strange. How can Vespasian and his son Titus both be the Jewish Messiah and embodiments of the Jewish God at the same time? How could the lives of Jesus Christ and Vespasian have overlapped if they were incarnations of the same divine being? This question imports contemporary Christian ideas on the subject of Jesus' divinity into this context where they did not yet exist. However, according to Hebrew scripture, Jews had already experienced multiple messiahs. And within the Jewish tradition, there is nothing whatever to prevent the existence of more than one mortal Messiah at the same time. God's messenger, Moses, named the Messiah Joshua, his successor, just as Elijah named Elisha, and just as the Maccabees, all of whom were messianic figures, could all be of the same family. The sectarian documents of the Dead Sea Scrolls even suggest that at least some Jews of the period were expecting not just one but two messiahs, perhaps a priestly, although hardly a pacifist leader, along with a military political figure. However miraculous their deeds and whatever communications they might receive from God, both were to be mortal, of course. I think I'm going to leave that right there, man. I think I'm going to leave that right there. Let me see. Look at this. In order to test the theory that the Flavians were the validation of Jesus' prophecy, or that Jesus' prophecy was a validation of the Flavians' rule, we must first take a closer look at the physical evidence we have just presented that directly links the Flavian Emperor Titus to those who worship Jesus Christ. Pay attention. Pay attention. Where did this symbol, a dolphin and an anchor, come from? How common was it to both pagans and Christians? Was it specific to Titus, the man who sacked the temple in accordance with Jesus' predictions? Or was it popular enough at the time that it could have been used by both Titus and Christians as a simple historical coincidence? Where our journey ended is where we will now begin. What were the first symbols used by Christians? Although the symbol of the cross has been by far the dominant symbol of Christian belief for the last 1,500 years and remains Christianity's most recognized emblem, it is widely understood that the most common symbol used by the earliest Christians was not a cross, but a what? A fish. Ichthys. I remember you used to see these on the back of cars, especially in St. Louis, man. You used to see everybody with a ichthys, a itchy dish, a fish on the back of you. It's supposed to represent Christ. All right, look at this. Some of the underlying reasons for using this symbol are also well known, spelled out in Koine Greek, the common language of the ancient Eastern Roman Empire, the original language of the New Testament, and an ancestor of modern Greek. The word for fish is ichthys, or forms an acrostic, that is, a word puzzle in which each letter is the first letter of the words Jesus Christ, Son of God, Savior. Another Christian adaptation of ichthys is a circle comprising the letters IXOYE, which, when overlap, make a wheel with 8 spokes, fusing both fish and cross, as in this early example from Ephesus in Asia Minor. I've seen them before. Seen both of them before. The ichthys wheel, the symbol of a fish, therefore, comprised a name game that referenced Jesus Christ with an abbreviation of his name and some of his titles. There were other reasons for Christians to adopt the fish as their symbol. Fish allegories abound in the Gospels. Jesus recruits some of his first disciples from among the fishermen who work on the Sea of Galilee, including Peter. Follow me, Christ says to them, and I will make you fishers of men. Jesus' miracles and activities on the Sea of Galilee are also significant. The New Testament tells us that Jesus ministered near that lake. Jesus, we are told, taught his disciples while standing in a boat on those waters, according to the Gospel of Luke. Jesus facilitated a miraculously large catch of fish on the waters of Galilee early in his ministry, and he would do so again following his resurrection. According to the book of John, Jesus not only said to have walked on water on the Sea of Galilee, but also to have calmed a raging storm that there endangered his disciples. In addition to healing miracles performed around this body of water, the Gospels tell us that having driven a multitude of demons from one man, Jesus allowed those malignant spirits to possess a herd of pigs that stepped down a steep bank into the Sea of Galilee, where they all drowned. When some question whether Jesus paid the famous temple tax, which all Jews were commanded to pay in accordance with the Torah, another fish symbol appears in the Gospel, Matthew 17:24-27. All right. So a fish is seen providing the Jewish temple tax for the followers of Jesus. The Romans had repeatedly attempted to suppress the payment of the temple tax, but it was not until the Flavians actually destroyed the Second Temple in 70 CE, about 40 years after the death of Jesus, that they abolished the payment of this tax altogether by faithful Jews across the empire. Therefore, it seems that Jesus himself is predicting the demise of this tax within a generation by exempting the children from it, just as he elsewhere famously predicts the destruction of the temple itself will happen within that same period, referring to his second coming. Jesus states in the Gospel of Mark, Mark 13, truly I tell you, this generation, for 40 years wouldn't pass. This generation will certainly not pass away until all these things have happened. There are many more fish references in the New Testament. Jesus transforms a mere 5 loaves of bread and 2 fishes into enough food to feed a multitude of 5,000 men plus women and children with 12 baskets of leftovers. According to all of the Gospels, according to Mark, Jesus fed a multitude with 7 loaves and a few fish, leaving 7 baskets of leftovers. The Gospel of Matthew, chapter 16, specifies 4,000. The fish symbolism is significant in a number of ways, just as early Christians considered Christ to be the bread of life. As Jesus describes himself no less than 3 times in the Gospel of John, Jesus is also said to be the water of life, according to John 18, just as Jesus is the fish that he feeds to the multitude. So is he the bread and the water, the satisfaction for those who hunger and thirst for righteousness. Jesus' feeding miracles also foreshadow the Last Supper, where he feeds his disciples, at least symbolically, with his flesh and blood. Jesus claims of the bread on this occasion, this is my flesh or body, and the wine is my blood. Although not a direct part of the Eucharist, as the bread and wine are, fish became symbolic of Jesus himself. We can see the fish directly symbolizing the Eucharist in the sacraments chapel of the catacombs of St. Calixtus, one of the very first artistic depictions of the Last Supper. Fish down there. Fish is on the table. One of the earliest Christian writers, Tertullian, argued for baptism by saying, and here we can see all of the fish allegories brought together in one sheet. But we, being little fishes, as Jesus Christ is our great fish, begin our life in Christ in the water, and only while we abide in the water are we safe and sound. The first historical naming of the fish as an official visual symbol of Christianity is by Saint Clement. There go Clement. Saint Clement of Alexandria, whose full name was Titus Flavius Clement, 150 to 215 CE. In his work, Christ the Instructor, St. Clement advises Christians to use a dove or a fish or an anchor, among other symbols, as their identifying seal. And let our seals be either a dove or a fish, or a ship scudding before the wind, or a musical lyre, which Polycrates used, or a ship's anchor, which Seleucus got engraved as a device. And if there be one fishing, you will remember the apostle and the children drawn out of the water. It is interesting that the Polycrates mentioned by St. Clement here was a pagan. Wow. It is interesting that the Polycrates mentioned by St. Clement here was a pagan tyrant of the Greek island of Samos, who flourished around 530 BC. Wow. And who especially revered the god Apollo, to whom the lyre was sacred. The tyrant's execution by the Persians, probably by being impaled or crucified, was foreseen in a prophetic dream by his daughter, who saw him washed by Zeus, rained on, and anointed by Helios, sweated out under the sun. Dang, he overquote. The Seleucus, curiously mentioned by St. Clement of Alexandria, was a Macedonian general of Alexander the Great, as a founder of the Hellenistic Seleucid Empire. It was wicked as hell. Following the division of Alexander the Great's conquest, he chose to use the symbol of what? An anchor and fish. Anchor and fish as what? As the 2nd century BCE silver bowl. Wow, produced by one of his descendant successors. Look at this. Now, what the pagans doing using the very symbols that the first Christians were using? You got the Greeks and the Flavians using that symbol. You got the dolphin and the anchor. What they doing using that? Look at it. We must ask ourselves, why would St. Clement recommend using symbols with pagan origins as Christian seals? Fully aware of the crucifixion, St. Clement of Alexandria instead nominates images closely associated with the Greek god Apollo. and certain pagan rulers. He does not even mention the cross at all in his list of appropriate Christian symbols, though he is right in the late 2nd and early 3rd centuries. Of course, as a literary metaphor, at least the cross can still be counted in the earliest Christian symbolism. According to the gospel, Jesus himself used it allegorically even before he was crucified. Then he called the crowd to him along with his disciples and said, "Whoever wants to be my disciple must deny themselves and take up his cross and follow me." Therefore, we know that the earliest Christians were clearly aware of the symbolic importance of the cross. And Saint Clement himself refers to the cross in a literary context, yet he does not suggest using it as a graphic Christian symbol. Why not? Many symbols in the New Testament recur again and again: bread, water, wine, rocks, pillars, etc. Fish are among the most common. Why then would Clement refer to pagan sources like Seleucus for a fish symbol instead of sourcing his suggestions to the New Testament itself? While he is clearly aware of the Bible story, St. Clement seems to cite the fishing of the apostle in order to justify using the earlier pagan precedent. To explain why the first Christians used symbols like a fish instead of the cross, Christians often suggest that a secret symbol, a so-called crux dissimulata, had been necessary in the first centuries because Christians were being persecuted by the Roman Empire. According to this explanation, Christians used the fish as a means of recognizing a fellow Christian by quickly scratching it into the sand without any fear of discovery by Roman authorities. And certainly Christians who refused to worship Roman state deities could be subject to criminal prosecution and even execution. Stop it. So you even got your symbols, man. You even got your symbols. You dig? I'm gonna let y'all tap into that. You feel me? Y'all can read it. It's an excellent read. Once again, it is called How Romans Are Creating Christ by Joseph Valiant. Zoom in, zoom out. Where they go? All right, Creating Christ, How Roman Emperors Invented Christianity. It's a good read. Y'all get that. And then you start piecing all of it together, you be like, dang, that dude say that. That's crazy. You feel me? That dude say that. That's crazy. You know what I mean? That's crazy, son. That's crazy. I'm going to land the plane right there. I'm going to land that right there today. If y'all want to hop on real quick, chop it up with your brother, I'm about to go ahead and put this up in the chat. Y'all hop on. And let me know what y'all think about these Roman and Jewish conspiracies that's going on out here, man. A lot of information. A lot of information. I'm going to land it right there, though. All right, I just pinned the link to the top of the chat if anybody want to hop on. All right, give me your vortex in the chat if you got some understanding. Gang in the building, baby. You bring them, we raise them. You bring them, we raise them. You bring them, we raise them. Catholic Saint Flavians everywhere, boy. Flavian this, Flavian that. Dang. That boy Caleb still up in there. He tried to jump on her too. Talking about something was false. I pulled out his favorite book. He was over. He like, oh, I gotta go. Happy Sabbath. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. What you think you got, you ain't got, man. All right, what you think you got, you ain't got. It's all connected. It's all connected. If you remember what the president said, if you don't vote Democrat, then you ain't black. Dang. Serious biz, man. Serious biz. Bang. Everybody got some understanding. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. This is right. Matter of fact, you know what? Here, let me share this while we sitting here. Let me do this real quick so we can understand. Because it's been shout out to my brother SHALOM. He been bombing. He woke up bombing early this morning. I said, dang, this nigga bombing early. Let me share this with y'all. Let me share this with y'all too. Then we gonna do this real quick. Bang, bang, bang. Right there, Bob. Right there. I got my brother Don Yehuda in the building. Peace to God. What's the word, gang?
What's going on, King? Sitting here watching this information you dropping.
Hey man, you know how it is, bro. You know your little bro ain't gonna let up off the neck of these false deities, brother. Talk to me.
Man, that shit hitting like a megaton light bomb, bro. But hey, I had a question. I hit you in the comment over on Facebook before I jumped over here on the tube. So what's the connection between the Flavians and the Pisos?
Yeah, that you got a name of the name of the PDF or the book is called the True Authorship of the New Testament. Came out like the late 70s. I actually have it. So there is a theory that the Pisos and the Flavians, or that the Pisos pen name or the Flavians pen name is the Pisos, and a lot of the information is very, very convincing, but the part you're gonna run into is all the numerology, and then you be like, well, dang, you kind of can make that say whatever. You feel me? Right. That's why I really don't jump out there and throw the Pisos and them. I can prove the Flavians. We can prove the Alexanders. We can prove the Herodians. You know what I mean? Pisos were a noble family in Rome, no, during the 1st century. They actually plotted to overthrow and kill Nero. The Pisonian conspiracy, when you look it up, it's called the Pisonian conspiracy. You feel me? But to come out there and say that one of them wrote Mark in this year right here under this pen name called Marcus and all that, it's like, you really ain't got nothing you can like tangibly grab to prove that. You know what I mean? So I read it. I read it. A lot of it's interesting, but I can't thoroughly prove Piso. You feel me? I can not connected with the Gospels. I can't thoroughly prove it. You feel me? It's a few things that you be like, okay, yeah, I see that. You feel me? But the Flavian connection is way more easier to show. All right, you got almost got to be somebody that's very thoroughly studied in numerology, and then even the answers that come through that is real vague. It's like, well, hold on, that could mean his mama, that could mean his daddy, that could mean his niece. Like, you feel me? So it's kind of ambiguous. So again, there are some that say the Pisos is a pen name for the Flavians.
Okay.
Their connection though is Vespasian's brother. Vespasian had a brother named Titus Flavius Sabinus. Titus Flavius Sabinus, who actually was Clement's father. That's the connection right there between the Flavians and the Pisos. It's Clement's father.
Okay, yeah, that's deep, man.
I'm gonna share it with you real quick. Hold on.
All right.
Real quick. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Titus Flavius.
So while you pulling that up, basically the information that you're bringing out is showing that the Gospels in totality was a fabrication of the Roman Empire.
Yeah, fabrication of the Roman Empire, concocted by Roman and Jewish aristocracies to calm down the messianic brews who refuse to submit to Rome. That's why they come from over. It's called the Roman providence theory. That's why the Gospels come from overseas in Rome in Greek after the war. You feel me? Now you got Josephus and them already in Rome writing in Greek. The histories of the war and all that. You see what I'm saying? So that's where they come from. It's saying that they were written as propaganda, as COINTELPRO. You feel me?
Right.
To shut down that warrior spirit. And then 60 years later, you got Bar Kokhba. Bar is son, Kokhba is star. Remember that Numbers prophecy, the Star of Jacob coming out? Well, you got the Bar Kokhba revolt 60 years later, and he was looked at as a Messiah, even though it ended horribly for him. But he called himself son of the star. You know what I mean? So what they were doing to they were trying to control that messianic rebellious spirit against Rome any way they could, according to that. You know what I mean? And a lot of people were destroyed behind it. You know what I mean? And I got to give it its props, man. It's wickedly genius, to be honest, because, man, that's a literary work that lasted 2 millenniums.
Right, right.
That control the masses, bro. That New Testament control the masses. You feel me?
Yeah,
so,
I know in the book of Wisdom of Solomon, in chapter 14, it touches on like the image that they use to promote Christianity. At least that's how it's broken down from Israelite elders, that's used as a prophecy that they were going to use the Romans emperor, which came down obviously centuries later from the time frame or the information you're bringing out, but to help, the propaganda and spread of Christianity. So, I mean, it's not far-fetched, a lot of the information that you're showing, because, all right, there's a point in the video where it says, when you brought up the point that Flavius Josephus talks as though he's not part of the Israelite or the Jewish nation, right?
Right.
When you read some passages by Christ himself, he talks in a fashion that is reminiscent of that, because when he talks to the Pharisees, he'll say, "Isn't it written in your books?"
Yeah. Yeah.
And it always dawned on me when I would read that, like, why does he say it like that? Why does he say it like, "Isn't it written in your books?" Because wouldn't it be written in our books or the books? You know what I'm saying?
Right. As if these people ain't got nothing to do with him.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So I found that ironic Josephus was talking like that. And in his, see, a lot of people never read Josephus's biography. He got a whole biography out here ain't nobody ever read. Right? And in there, he talks about how, now remember, his name is Joseph Bar Matthias, or Joseph ben Mariyahu, or something like that, right? Bruh, he goes and begs the Roman general for the bodies of his 3 crucified friends.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them died, 1 of them survived. You dig? Now, in the Gospels, you got Joseph of Arimathea. Like, damn, bro, like the same name.
Right.
And he goes and begs Pontius Pilate for the body of who we call Christ. And we all know Christ survived the crucifixion and resurrected and all that according to the biblical narrative. But after so many times, it's not a coincidence. Somebody is using something to make up something else. You see what I'm saying? Like, how is it that Titus starts at the Sea of Galilee catching men with his spears, or the rebel men whose ship was sunk, and he piercing them through with spears, catching them, and then at the same sea, supposedly 40 years earlier, that's where Jesus walks up to Peter and say, "Follow me. I'm gonna make you a fisher of men." You dig? Then we get down to Gadara, where all the swine, the legion was thrown into the swine. You feel me? And they ran violently off the cliff into the sea and all that. And then you see it's the same thing. The demonic possessed ones in Josephus were the rebels who refused to bow to Caesar, and eventually multitudes of them were killed in the same sea. It's like, how many parallels do we need to keep running across the sea? Well, somebody is using something to make up something. You know what I mean?
Right.
Eventually, you got to call a spade a spade. Like, hold on. How is that even possible that's saying that?
So they were saying all those books. So like Josephus, Philo, I don't know if the early church book is Subius. I don't know the credibility of that, but basically, how credible do you find those books? I know that, just from the information, once again, that you're bringing out, that we see that Josephus was a turncoat. He turned on his nation, ended up, getting in bed with the enemy. And from what I read before, that he used their records, a lot of the Roman records that was accumulated, to put together a lot of the book or the antiquities of the Jews and things of that nature together. How credible are these books for us to be using or reading, or, even using as a foundational piece in our research.
Hey, and that's the thing. When you start studying like all that from the first, second, third, fourth century, bro, it takes so many turns and all that, so many turns and twists and all that, bro. All you can do is kind of like match up testimonies. A lot of the stuff that's old and ancient, like the Dead Sea Scrolls and all that, a lot of that stuff was fragmented. You know what I mean?
Right.
So if you read something like, say, a pseudepigrapha or something, and it's not fragmented, then that means everything else was something that was like had to been extrapolated and based off the mind of the translator. Now, I mean, in other words, they had to recraft the story. They had to reconstruct it because it's too fragmented. They got to you know what I mean? So what I'm saying is when you start studying stuff all the way back then, all the way up to like the 3rd, 4th, and 5th century, bro, it takes so many turns and all that. The best thing I did or I could do is like match up. Like if I would see something in Eusebius' writings that matched up with Origen's writing or something, I said, okay, well, that's something you may be able to consider right there. But to take everything hook, line, and sinker and say, look, this right here is what it is, I would never do that, ever. Because it's
so we
turn, bro. It's more sex of Christianity then than it is now.
Yeah, that's what I saw. So we basically we in the trick bag still, man. We still trapped up in the trick bag, basically.
But look, see, but that's why we're not supposed to be worshiping any book, bro. You feel me? We supposed to be everything you do is supposed to be a second witness to the voice of the Creator that's always been speaking to you. You call it your first mind. Dang, I should have followed my first mind. You feel me? So whatever you read in any book should be something that confirms what the Creator has already shown you. You know what I mean? We should never we're worshiping a book and everything inside this book right here, it says what it says. No book is to be worshipped or none of that. You feel me? And that's the problem. We're fighting over belief instead of an absolute knowledge. Like, you know your children are your children. You don't believe it. You know your mama's your mama. You don't believe it. But all these religious wars are fought over belief. Belief and not an absolute objective knowledge. So I don't tell nobody to stand outside or to do whatever they want to do until they know for themselves. You got to have that experience yourself, man. You feel me? You got to have that yourself before. I mean, even when it comes down to somebody's spiritual experience, you be like, Jesus walked on water. Good for him. You ain't never did it. You know what I mean? So yeah, so until you have the experience, that's what a watch teach you. Until you have the experience yourself, it's all subjective anyway. You know what I mean? You can glean from it, but if I ain't never had no experience of that, then what I look like arguing whether he did or not. I ain't had the experience. Right,
exactly. And you never seen nobody do it.
Right. So that's what it all comes down to, y'all. We're not in bondage to anything that's written down. Don't be a slave. You may read something that's written down that don't make any type of spiritual sense to you. You got every right to question that, scrutinize it. You feel me? And like, look, I ain't even feeling that until I get some type of increase. Like we supposed to be scrutinizing everything because there's false deities out here that's looking to have you as a slave. You dig? So that's how I look at everything. I study it, but that don't mean I roll with a hook, line, and sinker. It got to match up in many ways before I be like, you know what, that's what that is right there. You feel me?
Right. Yeah, man, that's interesting. Yeah, keep bringing that information out, hitting people upside the head, man. Like I wrote, because I shared it on my Facebook, like I told people, whether you agree or disagree, this should definitely put you in your study bag, if nothing else. If nothing else, each brother or sister that's hearing these words, seeing this information, it should prompt them to want to study. Nobody should be that concrete in their belief that they think they know everything. You should be able to go back and look at the information because, you know, everybody is allotted a certain skill set and a bit of information that can teach somebody else something. So definitely, bro, every time y'all come on with that info, I'll be in the background watching, I'll be in the background listening, you know, getting edified by the information. And peace to Shalom. How you doing, brother? So yeah, definitely, man. Keep hitting upside the head, Molly. Hey, matter of fact, I want to touch base with you, you know, off air one day too, man, and just chop it up with you.
We can do that, bro. You know, I'm always game, bro. It's always game with me. You know, be so many people mad at your little brother. Man, I don't care nothing about none of that. We gonna bring this light out. Whoever get mad is gonna have to get punched in their mouth with it. They be all right. You know what I mean? They be all right.
Hey.
What I'm saying is they not refuting nothing because until you ready to come on outside and call a spade and be real with yourself, then you'll never be able to even hang over here with what we doing. None of them. Why you think everybody quiet? Why you think Zion Lex quiet? Why you think, I mean, don't nobody want nothing with the creative game because they understand that we dealing with something higher. It ain't because we just special or better than anybody. You know what I mean? Well, I'll take that back. One thing that is special about us is we're willing to be real first. If that dude say that, like, come on, we got to explain that. You know what I mean? We're not about to read something and act like it don't say that and then try to explain it away. Nah. We're going to be real first. You dig? And once we can be real first with ourselves and with each other, then we can move forward, man, and bring forth marvelous light out here. Marvelous. But we got to be real with ourselves first, man. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, peace down, Yehuda. My mic was muted when you had hit me up.
Yes, sir, bro. How you doing?
Oh, yo,
Shalom in the building. What's the word? King, talk to him.
Hey, listening to this immaculate lesson, man. This joint was fire. I'm in school right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm in class right now, God, and it's crazy because the whole time you was breaking down your joint, I was doing, you know, because I said we about to do this master presentation. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy because, you know, as you was doing your lecture, I'm listening in, but I'm doing my research, bringing in, mute your mic out, yeah, bringing in, going through the lineage, because we was talking about the lineage, where the Flavians come from, what lineage they come from, bruh. Nigga, your boy done got the head nigga huncho in charge and bringing it back down through history. So when we do this master lesson, for those who don't know, shout out to HonorandHumilitySTL people. We got a master class we're working on. We're gonna be breaking down basically. I'm gonna break down basically from the time of Ezra, the Ptolemaic dynasty, the origin of the Ptolemaic dynasty, as far as the people. Who are these people? And Mali is gonna take the first century, what he's been doing, what you just got today, basically. And then Cosmon Cal is going to take it to Constantine. And what we're going to show and prove is that we're dealing with one lineage of people. The Flavians, all them come from one lineage of people. And I'm gonna spark the bitch to show where it starts from. Bring it on down. Mali going to do the first century. Cosmon going to take it to the third century. And when we do that presentation, it's game fucking over. Excuse my French.
Yeah, that's gonna be that's gonna be bloody.
Hey, Salam Mali, let me ask you this, because I was just looking at some information the other day. This lineage y'all referring to, have they ever referred to themselves as the serpent people before? Or the snake people, or worshipers of the snake?
Oh, I know where you going with that, Yehuda. Oh,
nah, not the origin of the origin of the people. Because basically we dealing with the Mycenaeans, the Greeks. You know what I'm saying? We're basically dealing with these people, the Europeans up in that region. You see what I'm saying? But not necessarily them. Now, if later on down history they may have adopted it, the concept from either the Babylonians or Egyptians or one of them and ingraded it, but originally, nah.
Okay. The reason I asked that because I was looking at some with everything going on right now over in Palestine. You know, you're talking about the Khazarian Jews and the Arabs over there, depending on what nation they come from. But there was a documentary called the Khazarian Conspiracy. And we know that, you know, depending on what source material you look at, the Khazarians are closely related or intermingle with some form or fashion with the Roman Empire. So they were saying that they used to acknowledge themselves as the snake people or the serpent people before they actually changed their moniker to more modern epithet. So that's why I asked that.
Hey, that makes sense though, because you think about the Khazar, and look, when we looked up the definition of Caesar in the Greek, when I pulled up John 19 and 15, that deal said Khazar, Caesar, Khazar. I'll say, dang.
And then when you trace their lineage, because like I said, when you realize, because I'm doing a knowledge on this now, when you realize that all these people come from the same root, they just spread out in the Italy, in the Turkey, in the Russia, but it's the same people, cousins, brothers, sisters, and cousins. You know what I'm saying? Constantine, Alexander the Great, same goddamn lineage.
Man,
and when we show that in this presentation we're working on, it's going to be crazy, because this presentation we're working on is coinciding with lineage, but it's going to coincide on how the scriptures fell into their hands and how it became their doctrine. Is what we know today. You know what I mean? So like when Mali broke out, how did the Romans get the Hebrew literature? You know what I'm saying? When they went to go destroy the land, they took the literature. They ain't burned the literature. Them niggas ain't stupid. They ain't burned the literature. They decimated and killed the men and probably captive the women and children. But for the most part, the literature, they took that back to Rome.
Man, bro, and then gave it to Josephus. Gave it to him.
And on top of that, they already had the Septuagint.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So basically what they got was basically somebody what would have been the Essaian Gospels, or what we call the Dead Sea Scrolls, in its raw form back then.
And on top of that, they already had the Caesar cult system through Sarapis, through Mithras, through the ISIS ideologies already under Roman rule. This is how before Josephus and Johanan made Titus Messiah or Vespasian God. You dig what I'm talking about? The Caesars were already seen as God as man. What ideology was already in existence at the time to make those claims, and that is the Mithridatic Caesar system that was already in action. You did what I'm talking about. So when they took the Hebrew Jewish doctrine, right, and took it back to Rome, and they gave it to Josephus to start to craft this tale, right? He was using the bones of the Mithridatic society that already existed to tie Titus and Vespasian back into a story purportedly to be told by a man named Jesus, right? See how he makes it real by backdating the real events of Titus, right, to a mythical character named Jesus, who is purported to be a Messiah. Now, the question is, what Messiah structure were the first century Jews looking at that the Romans could later on write about? There had to be a man there. You see what I'm saying? A physical man during that time. Now, beyond all that fact, what blows my mind is during the first century BC and AD, we find a confluence, a congruence of Flavian, Alexandrian, Piso, and Herodian right into the doctrine of the New Testament. How is this happening first century when the only people in the world who can write in that area are Romans? How could you even be writing this text if not without the okay of Titus, if not without the okay of Vespasian? How could you do it? So this ought to let you know where your source comes from. So you're going to take the okay of the Romans over the true Messianic Jew. So my thing is this. This is my question to Malik. This is my question to my little bro. If the real, true Messianic Hebrews is fighting, dying, and getting chased up out of their country, right? If they not there, right? If they getting put to death en masse, right? Who writes the story later?
Your enemies.
Mm.
The enemies write the story. And that doubles back to what we showed in the beginning. Caesar's Messiah, in the Creating Christ book, which is a documentary as well. Your enemies write your story. Trip off this, y'all. When the Gospels don't come out till after that war, after the destruction of that temple and after the fall of Messiah, come out one of your first Gospels after the war, and it's coming from Rome in the Greek tongue. It's Greek composed literature.
So what the brother is saying,
ask yourself, who in the hell in the 70s had the authority of Rome to compose Greek literature and distribute it to the masses? I showed you. We went to the life of Flavian Josephus, didn't we? I showed you. He said, Titus said, you can take whatever you want as memorabilia of your people and your land. You dig? And then Titus turns around and gives him the scriptures, because they took everything from Jerusalem when they sacked Jerusalem. So Josephus now has a reference point on how he's going to compose his antiquities and his Judean wars. You know what I mean?
And to go further, right? Go ahead.
Now go ahead, Cal.
No, I was going to say, to further the brother point, what he's saying is, after the Greek wars, right, they would have came back with a war report, right? That war report, or evangelion in the Greek, is what we call today the Gospels.
That's right.
The word gospel in Greek is evangelion, and evangelion is a positive war report. Who, during the 70s, right, was warring in Judea, who was Greek, wrote in Greek, right, and went against the people of the land. That is only Titus and Vespasian of the Flavian dynasties. So whose war reports in the Gospels are we reading? The Greeks.
Yeah, the military campaign of Titus Caesar. Hey, as a mockery, and as an attempt to water down who they call the religious zealots or the first century freedom fighters, who wasn't about to let you put naked statues of Caesar in their land, who wasn't with you taxing them, who wasn't with none of it. This was like,
so when you're saying, so when they talk about these rebels and all these rabble rousers and all these stuff, them the real niggas, huh?
Them the real ones. So the real ones, y'all, to sum it all up, the real ones, for the most part, never made it out of Jerusalem. Most of them died standing on what it is you niggas talking about today. So when the dust settled, you have mockery propaganda coming out from overseas in Rome, from the same court of the niggas who just destroyed Jerusalem. That's what you dealing with. That's what you dealing with. It's a way to mock you. See, Jerusalem got destroyed because you niggas didn't accept Jesus. Well, damn, you might be right if Jesus is Titus. Whew. That's crazy.
You see how that go? That's crazy.
And then,
that's crazy.
The whole thing dealing with like, I found it crazy. I just found it crazy how when you start comparing the two side by side, you feel me? And then you got Cornelius Tacitus. I got his work, The Annals of Imperial Rome. Gaius Suetonius Tranquillus. I got his work, The 12 Caesars. Right? And of course, I got Josephus' work. But then I heard about the little Rabbi Johanan, right? How is everybody claiming out of them, right? And these are Jewish intellectuals. You know what I mean? These are like aristocracy type. Everybody's saying this got to do with Vespasian and his government, more particularly his son Titus, who had the same exact name as his father. I'm talking about exact same name. You see what I'm saying? Like, bro, all that stuff started hitting like, hold on, bag that on up. Bag that on up and let's go back over this. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I'm at with it, bro, that your enemies wrote it as something to pacify you, to bring you all the way down, you know what I mean? And to mock, because it was a gang of them freedom fighters who were crucified, bro. You would have looked at them like you look at Hamas today. The freedom fighters is Hamas in Palestine, and the Roman Empire is Benjamin Netanyahu and them. That's what's happening.
Dang, that hit different.
Yeah, that's what's happening. And those are the ones you'll call the terrorists.
Now, and I wanna put some clarity on this, because this is the part where after Mally is saying where we're gonna go down to this all the way to Constantine and the ecumenical
that's your fault, man.
Right, to the time of the ecumenical conferences, right? Like the Nicene, which was the first. I want y'all to get this through y'all mind. When I say this is not a white black thing, don't, when you see when you get down to talking about, oh, the Greeks did this, you dig what I'm talking about? I want y'all to know that many of them Greeks look just like you. It was many of these people who was claiming to be your descendants that was the sellout. Oh yeah. Where do you think you get the Severan dynasties from? If Severan is a nigga, what his daddy is? How you get in that line? Do the line switch up? And this the dope part. This is where genetics come in, and you got to understand that people of that time wouldn't have understood. If we got an ancestor 2-3 ancestors ago, right? A great grandfather, right? I could mix a line, could go in one direction, right? And another one can go in a total other direction and then meet later and be the same thing. This is why they know who bred who, where they come from, what him daddy name is. Because in the end of the day, I need to be able to tie back to the quote unquote invented God line. What's the very first ones that we come majorly on the scene? That's where my brother gonna come in, because they are the Ptolemies, or the saviors.
And we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into how the concept of the savior come into play. You know what I mean? Through Sarapis. See, all this shit these Europeans are doing coming from pre-Ptolemy to the Ptolemies, then to the Romans, then to Constantine. They're fashioning their God. Ptolemy the first came as Ptolemy Isoter, which is Ptolemy's savior. His son Ptolemy II is the one who translated the Hebrew text into the Greek, known as the Septuagint. But coming back to his father, they deified and made an image named Sarapis, which Mally was talking about earlier. And they took Osiris, Apis the bull, and created a deity named Sarapis. And when you look at the Sarapis, it looks like Hercules, Zeus, a European deity. You know what I mean? This is their first deity, with the concept of a savior attached to this deity. Now, when his son when Ptolemy II come into play, they get the Septuagint now. They got the Hebrew text. So now they got the holy text in Greek, and they got a savior to go with the text now. So they're shaping their concept of their religion And then Constantine is just a nigga who put the icing on the cake, on the cake, and just said, "All right, this is what it is, Christianity, and this is our deified Savior, Jesus Christ." And a lot of the argument during what Constantine coming forth was Jesus the Son of God, or was he a natural man? That's what a lot of the councils was about, his divinity. You want to take it, Cosmo?
No, you I was just thinking of something, you know what I mean? My mind start traveling.
Well, I'm gonna share some of this antiquity unveiled real quick.
Hold on, before you do that, because why I jumped on in the first place, this is what I was remembering, was I wanted you to go back to that video you were showing about Berenice. If I'm correct, if I seen what I thought I seen, when you go back and you look at that scene where she was laid back had her little back on the mattress, was that Sarapis on the floor?
Hold on, cuz. You said run it back to the scene. Let's see.
Yeah, run it back to that scene, because if I'm not mistaken, she's supposed to be talking to Titus or Vespasian at that time. But look what they're standing on. Yeah, the Bernice. Look at the floor. I'm talking about the tile of the floor. Is that Sarapis?
Where? We showing it? Oh, no.
Wait a minute. That's what I'm saying. Check. Yeah, go back to that part, man.
Hold on.
Because if that's Sarapis, bro, because it looked like it showed it kind of quick. You dig what I'm saying? So I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did they put a what you call them, little egg Easter egg in there?
Yeah, they had Serapian temples to Serapis where they was worshiping the man and all that, yo.
Come on, man. That's the whole Serapeum. That's the Serapeum in that was next to the Alexandrian library.
Yeah, they still got remnants of the temple standing there.
Yep. With a big ass apis in it. It's got a bull in it.
Yeah. That Luamon bull.
Yeah, man. Cause I'm like, did I just see that? Because at the time he was bringing up that, that Serapian worship you did with this living, dying God, which is also Mithras. And then if you're not in that Owaspi, you're not gonna understand them saviors that come out of nowhere.
Yeah, this is the earthly side of it. This is the historical side. Owaspi gonna give you why they did what they do, why they doing what we see in here.
Yep, and then be able to tie it in the earthly way, because before Yeshua, I'm talking about the real nigga, not Jesus. I'm talking about the real nigga Yeshua, who was born in 146 BC, died in 110 BC during the Hasmonean dynasty, right? Before his time, in the previous 250 years, there were birthed 49 false saviors. Before real Yeshua, before the amalgamation of Jesus, during the 3rd century CE, you dig what I'm talking about? His story is based off a real dude. That's real Yeshua. That's real big bruh. The dude who was a Nazarene, not necessarily born in Nazareth. Right? Nazarenes, as we understand, are faithists.
That's how you know Luamon is behind this whole shit. Because when it said 40 years after Yahshua's death, Luamon destroyed Jerusalem, and you know that's wrong. So Luamon is head chief nigga behind that Flavian, that Ptolemy, all that. Even Israel's return from captivity to Cyrus's goddamn Luamon.
Yup. And because remember, I had to go back and think of something. Remember, Xerxes.
Well, hold up. They got a picture right there. We talking about we see some records. Oh,
look,
I see
now,
what you're saying. I see what
look, see what he's standing on?
Yeah. Nigga,
hold on, now watch this. Go a little bit further. He gonna walk away. He gonna walk away, and it's gonna be a clear shot. Watch
Roman palace, working closely with both Vespasian and
ooh-wee.
No, that looked like Alexander the Great, yo.
Let me see. Yeah, he kind of looking to the side.
Pull up a picture of Alexander the Great right now. I guarantee you're gonna see it looks just like that. Because that's what I'm doing right now. I just ran through the whole lineage of the Alexander lineage, pre-Ptolemy. I just did that when Malaki was talking. And that picture of Alexander the Great looks just like that nigga. Not saying that's him though. Not saying that's him.
You spending the night?
But that dude looked like him.
Yeah, you said it looked like Alexander the Greek, huh?
Yeah. I just got them was doing a lineage, the lineage of Alexander and then pre-Ptolemy. So if you pull up a picture of Alexander the Great Wikipedia pic, it looks similar to that. Not saying that's it, but it looked very similar. But still, it's the same goddamn lineage.
Yeah, man. Man, that's crazy though, man. How like all this stuff, like it's all linking. And it's showing. It's right there. All you gotta do is look at it and slow down. You know what I mean? Look at it and slow down. You start seeing like, hold on, man. It's Flavians everywhere. It's Herodians everywhere. That nigga Paul was an Herodian. Like, what the hell is going on, man?
Yeah, this shit deep, yo.
Yeah. That's what's up, man. Yeah, I just wanted to hop on and chop it up with the fam. You already know, man. You let them know we working on this project, this great project we got for the people coming up real soon, man. It's gonna be marvelous.
Hey, real quick before y'all jump off, I'm about to jump off too. That pattern that's on the floor around that image, is that like the flower of life?
Sure looks like it. Sure look like it, don't it?
Yeah, some esoteric meaning behind that.
You know what? I don't even think a lot of that stuff they knew exactly what they was doing. I just think they thought it was pretty.
Could be right, bro.
Hey, you dig this, Don Yehuda? Right? I'm looking at the history of the Flavians, right? Now, coming up all the way to Constantine, right? Let's just say 306, 307 when he start ruling, right? Who is a Flavian? Who daddy is a Flavian? Who come from a Flavian, right? In the book of Genesis, right? It gives the heritage of, I believe, the sons of Judah, right? And it says that one of the sons is named Peleg, right? And it said during the time of Peleg, the world was split in two.
Right.
Am I right on that so far?
Yes.
What if? Because now we know, and this is a Roman invention. What if we can look in history and find a literal time when the world was split in two? Could we then logically and theologically apply that time to the time of Peleg? Because in Diocletian, during the time of Diocletian, right? He's about 3 Caesars or emperors before Constantine. He split the world in two, or split Rome in two, right? Circa 283 AD. He split the world in two. He split the Roman kingdom in two, into eastern and the western half. Which was to them at that time, the known world. Everything, they ran it all. You dig what I'm talking about? So he split it in two. What if that is the understanding of the time of Peleg? Because when you read it in Bible, right, it pops up out of nowhere. You know what I mean? As a tag, like a sore thumb, like this is a thing to be remembered, right? That during Peleg's time, Diocletian, the world was split in two. Right? That's where my my journeys is leading me, my research is leading me right now. Would that be a fair, what I'm asking as a brother who reads the Bible, you dig what I'm talking about extensively and know what he's talking about, would that be a fair comparison to tie it in historically?
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I really can't say if it could or couldn't be. I can see the correlation though, because during the time of Peleg, that is when it is documented that a separation took place or a division. I've always been under the belief that if the patriarchs of the scriptures were not real people, then they were actual time events recorded in name, because we know names have meanings of some significance or some event that took place in time. And that was their way of recording events that were going to be, ripple effects within history. So something like what you're bringing up, a division amongst man at that time, something catastrophic had to happen, whether it was physically, whether it was doctrinal, something took place at that time. So, I mean, I would say you could loosely probably say that's the case, but I don't want to stand 10 toes down on it without doing any type of research or having anything to back what I'm saying. But I could see your point in it.
Okay, that's what I was asking. You know what I mean? And it's funny that you brought up my ideal. My ideal is that Peleg, just like Noah, you dig what I'm talking about, is a time. You dig what I'm talking about? Not a man, right? Because think about it. If Noah is a time, right? What are Ham, Shem, and Japheth? They're times, right? Well, what are their sons? They're times. So what is Peleg? A time, right? And what I'm saying is the correlation with the world being split in two. You dig what I'm talking about? If the known world of the people who are writing the book, right? Their whole known world, they dominated from basically China or Parthian Rome to India and everything going back west. That's all Rome, under Rome control. So if the known part of everything that they know was split in two by doctrine, you know what I mean? And certain people went certain ways and certain people went the other ways. And this is the doctrine of triune in the earth in real time. You dig what I'm talking about?
I feel you. Okay. I definitely see the correlation like bro saying.
You know what I mean? Because whatever it was, what happened, it was supposed to be a marker, right? Peleg, whatever, we know what happened during Peleg. The world was split in two. I'm just trying to figure out a time when the world known was split in two.
Right.
I've only found one. That's Roman Emperor Diocletian, who splits the world in two.
The Roman Empire in two, right? No, I got you. I got you on that. Hey, look, check this out though. I want to share this with the people. Almost like a nail in the coffin. You know, over here we swim in deep waters. We ain't afraid to take in no information and look at it. You dig? But to add further to what we've been talking about all day, there's a work I want to share with y'all. All right. There's a work I want to share with y'all. It's right here. It's called Antiquity Unveiled.
Uh-oh.
Ancient Voices from the Spirit Realms. All right. This deal went down in 1881 as well. All right. Y'all look this up. Very interesting. So basically the spirits of those great men, whether they was evil or not, that have crossed over, that were instrumental in the Christianity that you had today, their spirits were basically summoned. You know what I mean? And they give some peculiar answers from the other side about what it is, all right? Now, you remember we've been talking about all day, dealing with the Flavians and Vespasian and Josephus and the whole connection. So we about to read about this gentleman, this man named Apollonius of Tyana. All right, Agrippa is in here, Constantine, Vespasian, all of them, Origen, Eusebius. Man, they all got something to say from the other side, man. You dig? And all of them are under no illusion that what they help concoct, you know what I mean, has by in every way, shape, and form been destructive to humanity. You know what I mean? It's a lot of stuff that has been amalgamated and associated with certain things that ain't got nothing to do with that. So this right here is Antiquity Unveiled, Ancient Voices from the Spirit Realms, that close the most startling revelations, proving Christianity to be of heathen origin. Truth Crushed by Priest Shall Rise Again, 3rd edition, Philadelphia Oriental Publishing Company, when 1912. 3rd edition in 1912. All right. Now, dudes start receiving these communications in 1881. I found that very, very, ironic, should I say. Now, watch this. Let's jump on down to this cat named Apollonius. I want to show y'all this guy. You know what I mean? And y'all get a chance, the PDF is out there. It's over 600 pages. I'm going to show y'all this dude, though, man. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. That look like your boy Caesar B, don't it?
Hey, he looked like Yahshua in Owaspy.
Damn, I was gonna say that, man. He looked like Yeshua. Know what? Man, this is hard, man. This is why I don't rock with your bitches, bro. He was a white boy. Listen, that's Jesus.
Damn.
That's Jesus. That's Jeebus. That's the real Jeebus. That's the real Paul. Look, and that's the real John.
Here, let me read this. Look at this. Know what it say though? Apollonius the Nazarene. All right, Apollonius of Tyana, the Jesus of Nazareth, St. Paul, and John the Revelator of the Christian Scriptures, returned to earth as a spirit and explains the mysteries that have concealed the theological deception of the Christian hierarchy.
Hold on, bro. You rolled past that real quick. Hold on.
Okay, chill. What do you want me to do?
Man, slow that thing down. I just dished you. What'd he say?
Hold on. Oh, dang. Crazy. What the hell going on? All right. This right here. It says Apollonius of Tyana, the Jesus of Nazareth, St. Paul, and John the Revelator of the Christian Scriptures, returns to earth as a spirit and explains the mysteries that have concealed the theological deception of the Christian hierarchy.
Dang.
Good night, boy.
So this one dude is Paul. He is John, the real man. And he is Jeebus.
This nigga the first George Clinton.
Man, yo, he got, listen.
Hey, let's read some of this. Hey, read now. Remember, he's a spirit. He's already dead.
Mm-hmm.
All right. In 1881, he comes through a medium and reveals his life story to this guy named John Roberts. All right. In 1881. Wow. Now check this out. Check this out. This was very, very interesting. All right. Before entering upon this all-absorbing subject, it is simply proper by way of explanation to inform the reader that previous to the date given below, Mr. Roberts had been having regular weekly sittings with the medium, through whom these communications were received. But in reference to the sitting on May 25th, what's the date? 1881, boy. Something's going on.
Why is that conspicuous, Mally?
Because that's the year that JBN received the transmission of OWASP, 1881. Same exact year.
Facts.
And we have no history that these men even knew each other. All right, that's what I'm saying. After a while, you got to call a spade, don't you? Look at it. Or received, but in reference to the sitting on May 25th, 1881, Mr. Roberts records in his notes the following. Having been informed who would next manifest through the medium, the time having arrived, I felt the thrill of astonishment and delight of the greatest intensity, and the very air of the humble apartment in which we sat seemed filled with a mighty spiritual power as the name of Apollonius of Tyana was announced, and we were greeted for the first time by the great Cappadocian sage and philosopher, as well as the greatest teacher and benefactor that ever drew to himself the love, admiration, and reverence of the civilized world. Apollonius, the spirit-anointed Christ of the Orient. His communication was as follows. Dang, boy. Dang, boy.
Dang. He said the air changed when they mentioned his name.
Dang, son. Dang. Now, this was his communication through this medium to John Roberts. All right, look at this. Let our salutation be the survival of truth and its conquest of superstition. Let our salutation be the survival of truth and its conquest of superstition. I was born according to the Christian calendar on the 16th day of February, AD 2, of wealthy parents. Was educated until my 26th year in general philosophy and literature. When I served for 6 years under Eugenes of Heraclea, learning the Pythagorean philosophy. After acquiring all I could learn from the teachings of that philosopher, I went to Antioch, and from there to Jerusalem on account of some wonderful physical manifestations of spirit power taking place through my then young mediumship, which persons living in Jerusalem had heard of. My entrance to that city was held as it has been alleged the entrance of Jesus of Nazareth was held, who came in the name with hosannas and songs of praise to one of the Lord. And now mark particularly what I say. This took place when I was 33 years of age. I want you to pay the closest attention to what I shall here set forth. You will, by examining Josephus's work, remember this is a spirit, this is Apollonius in spirit talking through a medium to John Roberts in 1881. I want you to pay the closest attention to what I shall here set forth. You will, by examining Josephus's work, War of the Jews, we was in that today, see that concerning the siege of Jerusalem, a certain prophecy was given, or words were spoken as is alleged by Jesus of Nazareth, which were fulfilled. You will find what I referred to in Matthew 23rd chapter in the 35th verse, where the so-called Jesus is made to have asserted that generation were guilty of all the blood that had been shed from Abel to Zacharias, the son of Barak, slain between the temple and the altar exactly 34 years after the alleged death of Jesus. And you will find this prophecy then fulfilled while Jesus is made to have said that it was fulfilled in his time. That's what we was talking about earlier. Talking about how everything been backdated. It all's been backdated. He's saying the same thing. And here you have an example of the unauthenticity of the Christian Gospels. All this I learned at the very time at which Flavius Josephus wrote the history of the War of the Jews. For I was employed by who? For I was employed and used by Emperor Vespasian. Oh my God, there go a Flavian. You mean to tell me Apollonius of Tyana, who everybody's mistaken for Jesus Christ, Paul, and John the Revelator, was Vespasian, Caesar's, Flavius, Vespasian, Titus, Vespasian, Flavian? He was the oracle? For I was employed and used by the Emperor Vespasian as his oracle.
Ooh-wee.
Wow. Why we keep running into these Flavians, family? What's going on here?
Them niggas like roaches.
They like roaches, Cal. Look at this. When in the same state as this medium is, who now sits before you. So Apollonius is telling John Roberts through the medium, like, look, I used to do this for Vespasian. How you come to the medium to get word from the spirit realm, Vespasian used to come to me, the medium, to get revelation from the spirit realm. So he's talking as a one-time medium through a medium in 1881 to this cat named John Roberts, and he letting him know, look, I was Vespasian, I was the Flavians' medium, I was their oracle. I'm the one they came and hollered at. Now remember, the class is about them and their hand in early Christianity, their hand in the Gospels, their hand in Greek literature, their hand in all of it, right? How ironic we read this. This ain't got nothing to do with a wasp. This ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about. But in spirit, this man is revealing that not only were everything backdated, but he was the medium for Vespasian, like the medium is there for John Roberts while they doing this in 1881. I was like, whoa, look at this. Look at this. So how is this saying in spirit what we already saying? We already arrived at the conclusion that the Gospels were backdated. We already arrived at the conclusion that the Jesus character got to be an amalgamation of a whole bunch of different people. But how many of y'all know about Apollonius of Tyana? Check this out. Get your mind blown. I dare you to Google. I dare you to Google. Find out this nigga lived. He actually was a real person. Look at this. Never during my mortal life did I desire to be worshipped after death. Never did I, as a mortal man, teach such a doctrine. But I was deified after my death. 9 epistles were made a present to me by Phratos of Taxilia, India, or rather between Babylon and India, who was a satrap in those days. Those epistles contain all that is embraced in the present epistles claimed to have been written by St. Paul. Dang. And Paul's an Herodian. Dang. And from what I have learned as a spirit, listen to how he talking. Y'all wait till y'all read about, oh my man, look, he damn near got everybody from the 1st century forward in here. Look, he done hollered at all of them. Now watch this. It says right here. Epistles claim to have been written by St. Paul, and from what I have learned as a spirit, I conclude that I am both the Jesus and St. Paul of the Christian scriptures. Boy, if y'all don't leave me alone with all this, if y'all do not leave me alone with all this, look at it. Flattering enough to my vanity. But the ruin of my happiness. Boy, you heard Apollonius, boy. He lay in my vanity is flattering, but it ruins my happiness. Look what y'all done did. Y'all done turned this thing up on his head. Y'all don't know if y'all coming or going. You don't know if this is an Israelite thing, a Gentile thing, all-inclusive thing. Everything been amalgamated and mingled. There's been all type of priesthoods. There's been all type of religious wars. There's been all type of madness happening. And he says in spirit, but the ruin of my happiness. Look at this. It is my duty here to confess all I can bring to recollection in order that spiritual darkness may disperse and the light of truth shine in. So his duty, his work of his redemptive work he got to do, he got to come and undo all that bull, all that madness, all that darkness. Look at this. There is one thing that I desire particularly to speak of, and that is the ultimate of spirit power on earth. All materialists claim that it is impossible to restore that which is dead to life. Upon this point, upon my own knowledge, I assert that if you have developed your mortal body to that extent, not into what is called moral purity, but into a holy trust and love with a heart that beats for humanity, if such a person can come in contact with a fresh young body from which the spirit has been driven out before it could accomplish its mission, take that body by the hand and with mighty will arrest that spirit, he can force it back to the body it once inhabited and make it fulfill its mission. So he's talking about how you can resurrect the dead practically, objectively and practically. Look at it. Three things. Go ahead, Cal.
Dang. Dang.
I bet. Watch this. Look at this. Three things are necessary to do this. First, a perfectly healthy organism. Oh, wait. You mean to tell me the spiritual power is all about your health? Your health? Brought that out a couple years ago. Israel was ready to hang me from the gateway arch. Now you will set apart people and everybody around her sick and overweight. Three things are necessary to do this. First, a perfectly healthy organism. This does not imply a strong, powerful one. So, I mean, you got to be buff. It means an organism in which the spirit is greater than the body. See that? The excess of spirit producing this result. Here, the controlling spirit caused the form of the medium to rise and extending his arms at full length to the right and left, said, the spirit addressing you is not confined. The spirit addressing you is not confined to the limits of the form you see before you. It not only fills the physical organism you see, but extends far around it as well. In the time when I lived in the mortal form, the old was dying out and the new being born. By this, I mean that superstition gods and all such ideas were on the decrease or wane, and man was seeking, as he is today, for something more practical and beneficial. It was not through any qualities that I possessed different from or superior to those of any other man that I accomplished what I did, but through the spiritual power within and with me. This fact I want to have especially marked. The highest sensitive mortals living in any age or generation, and who are living the nearest in accord with nature's divine law or in accord with the creator of truth, will bring forth a child who may be the so-called savior of that generation. Those men and women who utter the highest and most beneficial truths to their fellow mortals are the saviors of their time. You hear this? He said you tripping by just putting it all on one man, right?
Shout to the creator gang.
Who utter the highest and most beneficial truths to their fellow mortals. Gang, gang.
Gang, gang.
Are the saviors of their time. Talk to me, Cal.
Yeah, he on point.
Look at this. Further, I have this to say. I retired voluntarily, for I was neither ostracized nor banished for anything I had done, said, or written, to the same island to which, as is alleged, the St. John of Revelations went in the years 69 and 70 AD. I there wrote what occurred through me in a trance, not knowing what I wrote. An almost identical story with that attributed to the so-called St. John the Revelator. That story was nothing more than an attempt of the spirit world to get a truth of spirit life through a mortal organism in a day and generation that was not ripe to receive it. This is the medium chosen for the expression of the teachings of spirits, was too much imbued with the mysticism of Judea in neighboring countries to be well suited for that purpose. What is known to you moderns as the Ante-Nicene Library. I got that. Part of that is the Clementine homilies. Ain't that something? Look at this. What is known to you moderns as the Ante-Nicene Library contain documents, some of which are still existing, that fully warrant you. Look at this. Look at this. Y'all got mad at your brother a couple years ago. And I found it very ironic Apollonius is saying this in spirit in 1881, that fully warrant you. Some of which are still existing, that fully warrant you in challenging the translators of the day. As to the correctness of their production. Let them examine, if they dare, the manuscripts referred to, and they will find what is now being published erroneous in many particulars. They have followed too much. Look at this, y'all. Look at this. He say with not the doctrine, but the literature that's outside, what he called the Ante-Nicene Library, which proves that goes back to the first century. You got a first century spirit talking about it. He say that literature fully allows you to challenge the translators of today's Bible. Fully. Look at this. It says, if they dare, the manuscripts referred to, and they will find what is now being published erroneous in many particulars. They have followed too much. Look at this, y'all. They have followed too much what their ancestors translated without having translated for themselves. And the people you depend on to translate for you ain't even your ancestors. James Strong is not your ancestor. Eleazar Yehuda is not your ancestor. Look at this. Now and here I declare that the Christian gospels were all preached by me at Jerusalem, preached at Ephesus, preached at Athens, preached at Philippi, preached at Rome, preached at Antioch, preached at Alexandria, preached at Babylon. In all those countries I preached. In all those countries I preached. And by manipulations and certain qualities developed in me, I healed the sick, restored the sight of the blind, and in the way herein set forth, even raised the dead. I will try to make this raising of the dead plainer. If a child, a youth, or a maiden whose body is fresh, full of vigor and perfection, and whose spirit has become detached from it, in that case, I hold that one whose power is great and who will is indomitable, while that body is yet warm, can cause the spirit to return. And continue to inhabit that organism. In this way, I know the dead can be restored to life. When I lived on earth, all the philosophers, look at this. When I lived on earth, all the philosophers who taught men to expect redemption according to more ancient authorities taught that such redemption was to happen at that time. From what I have been able to learn as a spirit, I was the person who was designed by spirits to fulfill that mission. I claim no preeminence. Look at him. So he ain't even boasting. He just saying, I learned as a spirit, all that's about me, y'all talking about. And he ain't even boasting. Claim he wasn't even, it was never my intention to be worshiped. Look at this. I claim no preeminence over anyone. I claim no preeminence over anyone. I only say that my mortal body contained more spirit than the average of men, or even the most highly developed among them at the time I existed in mortal flesh. My history, as it has come down to you moderns, written by one Demis and by others afterwards in regard to the main incidents of my life, is correct. But in regard to the glamour, romance, and mystery of the narrative, it has no relation to whatever. The latter was the work of my disciples and followers after my death and was promulgated by them. One thing more, and I am through with my communication. It is this. Almost every picture that in modern times is recognized as the likeness of Jesus is the identical portrait of Apollonius of Tyana. Wow. Wow. Painted in the
bag.
Excuse
me, sir. Excuse me, sir. You've dropped your bag, sir.
Oh, man. So the whole time who you calling white Jesus sees a bee Cesare Borgia is really Apollonius of Tyana, painted in the reign of Vespasian. We keep running into them Flavians, don't we? Dang. That emperor consulted me. I was the oracle in his camp. I was the means of saving the life of who? Flavius Josephus. Ball game. Ball game. Look at this. We here ask him how it came that Josephus had made no mention of that fact in his Jewish war. He replied, the Jewish hierarchy of that day had a horror and dislike of even their best friends who were not of their faith. And Josephus, being a Pharisee of the straightest sect, was even more than usually prejudiced against a Gentile like myself. But this I do not mean that the Pharisees were bad people, but that they were so devoted to their religion as to be bitterly bigoted and prejudiced against those who differed from them. Wow. That's crazy. Josephus said the same thing, though. It is my opinion, from all I can learn as a spirit, that all of the Christian gospels are borrowed from, and in fact, that their reorigin was the books that I brought from India, obtained in part from Phratos, who was king of Taxila. I think those books were used by the Platonists, Eclectics, and Gnostics of Alexandria about 150 years after. I died in the year AD 99 at Ephesus and was 97 or 98 years of age, although some have enlarged the period of my earthly life to 150 years. The originals of the four gospels I obtained through one Hiram, Ermandi of Taxila, who took me forward into farther India. They were written in characters not unlike those used by the Chinese. On thin, tough paper, they treated of the four stages of the life of Buddha. The first to his incarnation and birth, the second to his childhood and youth, the third to his mature life, and the fourth to his old age and death. Wow. So it's connecting the gospels with you know, what was written about Buddha. And that's why you find similarities out there, don't you? Gang of similarities between biblical Jesus and Buddha. Look at this. These books I obtained at Singapore at the extreme point of India on the strait between India and Sumatra. Wow. We got in the Nazarene Gospels, Yeshua going to India. Persia, India, all that. Look at this. We hear mentioned to him the fact that 1 week before we had received a communication from a spirit purporting to be Ulfilas, the Christian bishop of the Goths, who said he had translated from Samaritan manuscripts the epistles and gospels to which he, Apollonius, had referred into the Gothic tongue, and that the manuscripts that he translated were the writings of himself after the originals he obtained in Singapore, India, to which he replied, one Hegesippus. That's a church father. Hegesippus is called Hegesippus the Nazarene. Hegesippus the Nazarene. He's a church father. Or a church historian. Early 2nd century. Hegesippus the Nazarene. Look him up. So he says, one Hegesippus made copies from my translations and modified versions of the originals in the Samaritan tongue, and Ulfilas copied from the manuscripts of Hegesippus. I wrote, listen to this. Remember, Apollonius is a Gentile. Look what he say. I wrote in the Hebraic-Samaritan tongue, which was the language of my country. Wow. Here.
So Hebrew is the language of the Herodians?
Oh, man.
Oh,
man.
Wait a minute. Hebrew is Edom's language.
No, man.
Oh, Esau spoke Hebrew. Oh. Oh.
Ooh-wee.
Oh.
Ooh-wee.
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 Look at this. Here the control of the medium became wholly exhausted, bidding us a hasty and most benign adieu. He left the medium more exhausted than we had ever seen him at any previous sitting. No other control of the medium was possible, and thus ended a spirit interview. That's what y'all just read, a spirit interview. With Apollonius of Tyana, or Apollonius the Nazarene, who was Vespasian's and Titus' oracle, who was the reason Josephus got even saved. and spurred and telling you that what they was writing about, they basically was writing about me and what I did, and they copied all of it from gospels that I got from India about Buddha. Dang, man, that's crazy. So, and thus ended a spirit interview, which is destined to mark an era in human progress never transcended, if ever equal, and important in interest to all classes of the human race. We publish such facts as are conceded by ample authority to be historically established concerning Apollonius. There is much that it would be desirable to add as the result of our own researches, but we will confine ourselves mainly to the current history of his life and labors as the best condensed sketch of the life of Apollonius that we have been able to find. We have chosen that of the Penny Cyclopedia, London, 1834. And then they go into even more. But I wanted y'all to peep that. That was a spirit interview. All right. And again, this is Antiquity Unveiled. All right. And the first one up the bat was Apollonius of Tyana, who just so happened to be Vespasian, Flavius Titus, and Flavius Vespasian, their oracle. Their oracle. Their prophet, their seer. There he is right there.
That Jeebus.
That's crazy. That's crazy, bro.
Yo, wait a minute, bro. Hold on. Go, wait a minute. Go back. He said he wrote in the Samaritan Hebrew.
Yeah.
But bro, he a Edomite. He from Turkey. Tyana is in Turkey. He's straight out of Edom. Like literally born in the land.
That's crazy.
Bro. Wait a minute, wait. How do the oh shit.
Look it out, Cal. Oh,
wait a minute. Wait. The whole hierarchy, like Josephus, like Apollonius would have been, you dig what I'm talking about? Like YAH'KI, all them boys. This is why they still claim that Hebrew. They are brews. The brews are just not Israelites.
No boy.
Oh, so that the usurpation comes from inside. Oh, how? My thing is, whatever the real Israelites were speaking, which was probably Aramaic, right? Ain't what people like Josephus, Apollonius spoke. They spoke different languages. They're similar, but they're not the same. Aramaic is not like Hebrew, Samaritan Hebrew. They're different. They're written different sounds. This is why it makes sense now. This is why we get a doctrine in Greek, right? While the early and not Hebrew, right? And this is why the Dead Sea Scrolls, which would have been written by the real true Judeans of the time, the real freedom fighters of that time, is written in Aramaic and not Hebrew. Because the Hebrew is the proof that of the usurpation of the doctrine, or else it would have been written in Aramaic, like the Dead Sea Scrolls were, which were of the same time and actually predate Bible. Shit, by the time the the Bible or the Council of Nicaea and the compiling of the text is happening in 325, right? Nobody had seen the Aramaic Dead Sea Scrolls since 73 AD. So roughly 250 years, nobody had seen it, but now we got all these writings in Greek and Hebrew. Yeah, probably little short leggers around there playing with the toy. You dig what I'm talking about? They ain't worried about no live, no none of that. You dig what I'm talking about? They want to have fun, and that's that. Oh man, this was
Okay, so
oh.
All right, y'all. What I got up here now, the crazy part about it now, you remember that Tyana, Apollonius of Tyana, was Vespasian, and Vespasian is a Flavian, right? He was Vespasian and Titus's seer or oracle, right? Now, the cat who wrote about the biographer Apollonius of Tyana is a cat named who? Flavius Philostratus. Look at this, man.
The Flavians.
These cats is everywhere.
Can't escape these niggas, boy.
Look.
That's crazy.
His biographer is even a Flavian, y'all. You feel me? So check that Antiquity Unveiled out. I think y'all will like it because a gang of them cats is in there. It's a book full of spirit interviews. You know what I mean? Of some main heavy hitters that got to do with Christianity. You know what I mean? And a lot of them are like, yeah, we tripped, and they're still here. They still here. They ain't went to no higher heavens. Them niggas is bound in this earth, man. They right here. That's crazy. That's crazy. So Flavius Philostratus, the biographer of Apollonius of Tyana. And then he goes into it. I just wanted to show y'all that though. I ain't gonna read it today. But y'all get that, man. Look up the PDF and all that and trip off these interviews that dude was having in the spirit, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. But I found that even ironic just to land the plane right there. That even the biographer of Apollonius of Tyana was a Flavian, man. A Flavian. That is crazy to me. Turn the light on right there. Yeah.
You can't escape the Flavians, the Flavians, man. You can't escape these cats, man.
To my bro, I was just Cosmon Cal Aramaic was the lingua franca of the time, was post-Akkadian, which was post-Sumerian. I get that, right? All part of Shemitic language tree, but Abraham would have spoken Aramaic officially. No, he wouldn't have. Aramaic comes like after you say it comes after Sumerian, after Akkadian. You dig what I'm talking about? And becomes a lingua franca. Yeah, let's just say 2000 BC, right? Abraham walked on earth and walked into Egypt 3953 BC from Persia. He spoke a language called Aramaic, right? Far predating anything you would call Aramaic or Hebrew, period. There is no Hebrew. In fact, it's just a...
All you got to do is put it on the
timeline.
When you put on the timeline,
so when you put,
you know what I mean? That ends it right there.
When you put it on when you put it on, my bad. When you put it on the timeline, that expose all that. You dig what I'm talking about? Abraham lived 3953 BC. He couldn't have spoke Aramaic, which didn't exist to after the fall of the Akkadian Empire. Sumerian is a Paleo-Indo-European language and is birthed 100% out of Egypt. It's the ancient Sarapis.
Yeah, you don't see Aramaic till like close to damn near the 1st century. You know what I'm saying? But if you're talking Abraham, even if you was using the biblical timeline of Abraham of 18th century BC, if you was even using that, there's no Aramaic then. You know what I'm saying? And the region where Abraham comes from, there is no Aramaic. You see only cuneiform script. You see cuneiform script from all the way of Chaldea all the way up into Syria and Ebla, in the region of Ebla. The Ebla tablets is cuneiform script. So, we already touched on this. So if Abraham with the language or the script Abraham would have been speaking would have been the cuneiform script. Because when he came into the land of Canaan, they would have been already speaking what you call the Paleo-Hebrew, the Paleo-Sinaitic script.
Facts. You dig what I'm talking about? What we call cuneiform, or what they mistakenly call Sumerian, right, is the real name of the language. What the people called it was Ahamic. It is 100% Phoenician out of Persia and predates Abram. So it comes straight out of the 22nd arc cycle. You dig what I'm talking about? The Arkalu,
You
7,000.
going back to the Harappa civilization.
Yep, 7,000 BC to 4,000 BC. It predates Abram.
If you look at some of the Harappa scripts, you see the petroglyphic system.
Yeah, it's all in Egypt. The language that you got to understand, Abram didn't speak Hebrew, no type of it, or Aramaic. Moses didn't speak Hebrew or Aramaic, but he definitely didn't speak Hebrew. And Jesus didn't speak Hebrew. Right?
He would have spoke Aramaic.
He spoke Aramaic, but that's how long it go. And I will even backdate it. Let's just say up to the time of what they call in Samaritan, which would just be Greek. You dig what I'm talking about? That's straight out of the Paleo-Indo-European language. Tiana just proved it.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? So if you want to backdate it that far, I will give you that language that they call in Greek now is Hebrew. It's just the Paleo-Indo-European version or Samaritan. None of that shit got nothing to do with not one Israelite, nothing. Now it makes sense though to me. Dig this. Remember when Jesus is dying on the cross, right? And he says, Elias, Elias. And the people speaking a different language, which would have been Hebrew, right? Because he spoke Aramaic, thought he cried out to Elias, Elias. Come to find out, real talk is the angelic being that was ruling over the Essenes at the time, right? If this story was true, right? He would have called out to that being, and that being name is Elias.
Come on, Pharaoh.
Yup, talking about Pharaoh. That's who would have talked to Jesus. It ain't got nothing to do with God. You did what I'm talking about? He talked to Jesus. He would have been the man that he said, "Why did you forsake me to?"
Crazy,
he called his name. Elias. They said, what he say? Elias. He calling out to Elias. Why they didn't catch it was because one nigga is speaking Aramaic, one nigga speaking Samaritan Hebrew. Come to find out, he ain't talking to none of them niggas. He calling out to Pharaoh. Dang.
That's crazy, yo.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Listen, the Hebrew tongue was spoken by no Israelite.
You know what though? That first century was grimy though, man. There was a lot of savagery going on in that first century, boy.
It was thugging.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Melly, what's good, boy? You been on here 5 hours, King.
Man, it's all good, bro. I had to check these short leggers for a little bit. But, man, it's all good, man. I'm glad everybody tapped in. They was able to get some edification. There's a lot of information. Y'all play this back, slow it down, take notes, and look it up. You know what I mean? We went and showed you in Josephus. We showed you in Rabbi Johanan. We showed you in Tacitus and Suetonius that the Jewish Messiah is your boy Vespasian or even Titus.
That's crazy right there.
That. We showed that Titus is the one that gave Josephus the Hebrew scriptures when he got to Rome. Gave that man a imperial pension, a townhouse within Caesar's palace. Got him a couple women's, a couple $5 whores to throw grapes down his throat. You know what I mean? Shit, they hooked this nigga up for being a turncoat, man.
That nigga living good, boy.
They hooked him right on up. So we just showing, man. And once you start connecting all this stuff together, you like, hold on, man. Hey, it may be some validity to this.
Right, exactly.
And that's the whole thing, man. You ain't got to be bound to nothing that rub your spirit the wrong way. So if you reading certain things that don't quite sit well with you, you got every right to scrutinize it and question it and all that without the fear of your damn nuts roasting forever.
Right, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I also want to say, because I seen you bombing earlier this morning, King. You know what I mean? And I know the one brother, he be wanting to talk about how the identity of the angel. The angel is Yeshua, or the angel is Michael, or whatever these cats are saying. All that is irrelevant because Yeshua or Michael ain't the creator. And two, you worship this Lord or this angel of the presence. You worship him.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So that's why it's irrelevant either way you slice it. It's like, it don't matter if you telling me that you trying to tell me that angel is Yeshua. You still worship this nigga.
Hey, that's what they missing. That's the case in point.
We don't worship any God over here for anybody that don't understand. We don't worship any God, Lord, Savior, man, angel, idol, none of that. We are sons and daughters of servants of the ever-present, omnipotent, all-knowing creator.
Appreciate
Always was, is, and never shall be. So we don't worship gods over this way.
Yeah, because they still confused with the fact that they still confused with the fact that they think that I'm talking about an angel of the Lord coming to Moses. When we clearly showed them New Testament and Old, because one cat on Facebook was trying to say, "Oh, that's the New Testament garbage." So I said, "All right, let's cancel the New Testament and let's just go to the etymology of the Hebrew God and look at what's synonymous with it. And you're gonna see angel." You know what I mean? And they still be like, trying to come up with some excuses. But the dope thing about it is, if they had any sense, when you look up the word Lord and it's translated to Yahweh, and you break down the etymology to Hawa is creator.
Yeah.
Literally in the Hebrew. They just ain't put that connection together because they too busy identifying Hawa as a deity. So they can't realize, when you look up Hawa, say to come into existence, we know that's the power of vortex in motion, but they can't make that connection. We can.
Right.
But they can't, because it says Lord, then it says God. Now we have an identity to your God, which is Yahweh. So it's like they close with the etymology, but it throws them off with Elohim and El.
We know the crazy part about all that, bro, is they admit that's an angel now. A lot of that was on my post. Like, yeah, maybe that was an angel. But I'm gonna say the creator was speaking to him. Like, bro, it don't even matter. That what that Lord you talking about is worship.
Case in point. And that's the next question. Once you realize or admit that that's an angel, now we got to take it to the next discussion. Who is this angel? Is this angel the Most High? Right. And that's where they're going to get caught in the tangent because they're going to be stuck. They're going to be like, damn, well, I can't say no because it's already written that this is the Most High.
Right, exactly.
He came to Moses on top of Mount Sinai, so he got to be goddamn localized. He can't be the ever present. So they stuck.
Hey man, hey King, hey, stay on them about the God though, bro. We gonna stay on that God. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Big facts.
We shaking up the religious foundation in this world, bro.
Man, you the way you go in on that first century Paul shit, man, nigga, you could be registered into a college to explain these things, man. The way you break it down, King, it's like classroom text type shit. So I'm like, yeah. The whole time you doing your shit, I'm over here just grabbing the lineage of all the Ptolemies and pre-Ptolemaic lineage while you breaking it down. And it's crazy because they got some Bernices in there too. I found a couple Bernices. Yeah, bro. I count some mattress backs. I count like 2 mattress backs pre-Urbanice.
Hey, man, I'm telling you. And look, don't be surprised, man. They backdating so much and overwriting and rewriting. It all fuck around to be. It all be 2nd century BC. And they just writing it, you know what I mean, much later. Like,
facts.
This shit just happened, man. All this stuff could have been happened.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So, again, man, I find it ironic that out of all the history that went down in the 1st century, the only history you really have is Flavius Josephus.
Yo, that's crazy when you broke that down. I was like, that shit was almost spooky, my nigga. Right. It's like gave a nigga the chills because it was like, damn, you trying to tell me these niggas decimated that much that only one nigga got the fucking history?
Bruh, that means...
Yo, you know what? That nigga would have had to be in protective custody because, like you say, the rebellious Jews or the rebellious Israel, yo, they would have want that man head and they probably would have went to any measure to kill this man.
Yeah, they were trying to kill him. You know what I mean? He mentioned that in his biography. I started reading some of his biography. Like, dang, bro, like it was on. Like they hated this nigga for that. You know what I mean? Like he was straight up down hated for all of that. Like, nah, bro, you straight tripping. What is you on?
Right.
But out of all the history that went down in the 1st century, the only existing literature or history that we have in the world. Flavius Joseph, are you serious? So out of the Flavian imperial court, the only history we have for the world in the 1st century comes out of their court, out of their archives. That's crazy.
And this is after the war?
After the war.
So this is when the Gospels and all that magically appeared.
After the temple in Jerusalem falls. The Gospels come out then, after that.
Imagine that, yo. Look at that.
Hey, from Rome in Greek.
Yo, that's crazy.
Who the hell in Rome read and write and compose Greek?
That's crazy.
Josephus was already in Rome, in the imperial court, in his fly library, in his townhouse. $5 horse throwing grapes down his throat.
So we know he was a Flavian, right?
Yes.
We know that. So he's impersonating to be a Jew?
He was adopted according to what I'm reading. He was adopted
or a convert, I should say.
Yeah,
you said adopted.
He was adopted into their family and given the name Flavian and Roman citizenship. I said, this nigga sound like Paul. But Apollonius of Tyana is Paul.
That's crazy.
You know, man, I'm like, bro, this stuff is getting weird. It gets weirder and weirder as time goes, man. You know what I mean?
Well, we got to investigate that Apollonius of Tyana is Paul because being that it's so much mix up, it may be like, like a segment of the sayings maybe about, we mentioned all the journeys could be Paul, but that road to Damascus shit right there.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? That's something else right there.
Yeah, and it don't even match up when you read it like in Acts and Galatians. All that whole story he got holes in. Every
Right.
account he give don't even match up. You like, bro, what is you talking about? You know what I mean? But it was a lot of bullshit going on during that time, man. A lot of underhanded politics. You know, hindsight 2020, we know, man, if somebody come against us more powerful than us, we get the hell out the way, man.
Right, right,
Ain't no sense in standing around dying over nothing. Get the hell
right,
out of there. You feel me?
right.
But man, it was as always a pleasure, man, chopping it up with
Always,
the
man. Always, man. I appreciate you, King. You know what I'm saying? Always appreciate the work. Go back and study this thing, watch this thing, and keep that shit moving, man. Nigga, keep that light going. Create a gang. Gang, see you in the chat. You know how we do, King.
Yeah, you already know. Create a gang. You bring them, we raise them. Salute to the
All
real
day.
one, my brother.
All day, King. Bless
All
up.
right, shalom. Bless up. All right, fam. Yeah, so I'm about to go ahead and get on up out of here. You dig? If you got some understanding up in this deal, drop a vortex in the chat, man. We've been on here a little bit over 5 hours, chopping it up. I'm about to sit on back and enjoy the rest of my day, a little taste. You dig? Continue to pray for others. We pray for y'all. And guess what? Learn to pray for yourself, man. Pray for yourself. You dig? Watch me teach you how to pray for yourself. Develop your own prayers. Pray for yourself. You know what I mean? You'll feel the Creator's force and presence moving within you. You feel me? Like, oh, unconsciously project peace, a healing, all that. You know what I mean? Like really tap in with your father, man, and learn to grow. You know what I mean? Tap on in. I see vortices all over this deal. Roman and Jewish conspiracies, Herodians, Alexanders, and Flavians, part 2. Wildest part to me, one of the wildest parts was the fact that they all came outside and called Vespasian and Titus the anointed king that would arise in Judea and rule the world. Everybody from so-called Jews to so-called Roman aristocracy. Cornelius Tacitus, he speak about Christ. He also say those prophecies apply to Vespasian and his government. What about Gaius Saturninus Tranquillus? 12 Caesars. Well, he also said that those prophecies point to the emperor of Rome. Josephus said it. Said, nah, the overzealous warriors got it wrong. Now, ain't that crazy? He supposed to be a zealous warrior. Oh, man, they got it wrong. Not we messed up. They messed up. They interpreted that wrong. That got to do with Titus. That ain't got nothing to do with us. Dang, so the Flavians were writing about James, a Jesus, a Peter from their court in the 1st century. We even got the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. And who that show? Titus Flavius Clemens, right? Titus Flavius Clemens or Clement. Cousin and to Titus and Domitian, nephew to Vespasian. Dang, that's the Clement in the Bible. Well, y'all ever read Paul's letter to Seneca? Y'all know who Seneca is, don't you? This nigga's like a senator in Rome. Like, what is going on here, man? What is really going on? But it's always an honor chopping it up with y'all. Believe it. I'm about to fall on back. You know what I mean? Y'all go over to Creative Gang TV, like, subscribe, and share, man. You know what I mean? Get that out here. I talked to an elder earlier. He said the gang is bringing the most powerful and the most dangerous information in the world right now. It's the gang bringing it out. Nobody else. Bro said he can't even watch Sinetta TV and none of that no more. Y'all go to the Bronze Yoga Report. Like, subscribe, share. Salute to the real ones. This is my brother Bronze right here. Tyree. My East Side brethren. Y'all go like, subscribe, share. He break the old Waspy down and then connect it all the way over to India and all that. Bro, pretty cold with that. I got to give him his props on that. Like, subscribe, share. Y'all go to SHALOM TV. Like, subscribe, share. Get you some understanding, man. With my brother Cal at. Y'all go to Cal's Mind Cal TV. Like, subscribe, share. Tap on in. Dealing with the science and the arc cycles and history. You dig? We hit them from all angles. Y'all go holler at my bro Don Yehuda and them 5 Talk Radio Podcast. Like, subscribe, share. All right, we got some understanding. It's all good. All right, I'm finna slide out, family. Love y'all forever and a day. feel me? Handle your business. Stand on business. And remember, we're going to keep it real first before we do anything. Create a gang. You bring them, we race them. Create a gang, baby. All right, to the next time. I'm out of here. 100.